The scent of pine and sage lingered in the cold morning air, sharp and persistent, like a memory that refused to fade. Arya Sullivan adjusted the strap of her worn satchel as she approached the towering gates of the Northridge Ceremonial Hall. She had risen before dawn, as she often did, not from excitement, but from habit. Punctuality was her armor, a shield she wore to protect herself from the whispers that had followed her for 2 years. She arrived early because she feared the look in others' eyes if she dared to arrive late. She arrived early because it was the one thing she could control in a world that had stripped everything else away. The hall stood silent, its doors carved from dark oak, polished smooth by generations of hands. Sunlight had not yet broken fully over the horizon, but the stained glass windows caught what little light there was and fractured it into pale shards of color. They spilled across the stone floor like promises half kept. Arya paused at the threshold, her breath catching as the scale of the hall opened before her. She had been told it would be magnificent, a place where history seemed to breathe from the walls themselves, but no one had warned her how heavy it would feel. The ceiling arched impossibly high, supported by pillars etched with symbols of the ancient Pax. At the far end of the hall, elevated upon 3 steps of polished stone, stood the throne. It was larger than she had imagined, crafted from cedar so old it seemed to hum faintly with power. Wolves carved into its frame glared with amber eyes that caught the dim light and glowed as though alive. Her fingers tightened on the leather-bound journal pressed to her chest. The journal had belonged to her grandmother, Evelyn Sullivan, the woman the Pax had once called seer, though few outside their bloodline had believed in such gifts anymore. Evelyn's words still whispered to her granddaughter. True power is not about where you sit, but how you stand when the world expects you to fall. Arya clung to those words whenever she felt herself disappearing beneath the weight of silence and memory. The silence inside the hall was profound. She could hear her own heartbeat as if it echoed back from the stone walls. She walked forward cautiously, her boots tapping against the floor, each step amplifying her awareness of how out of place she truly was. 2 years had passed since the night her world had burned, yet the ash of it lingered in her lungs. Red Moon Pack had been her home, until hunters tore through it in a single night, leaving nothing but corpses and smoke. She had survived only because she had been away, learning the art of healing from an elder in a neighboring territory. When she returned, the only family she had ever known was gone. Northridge had taken her in reluctantly. They offered her a corner in the healer's quarters, tasks to perform, herbs to grind, wounds to bind. She had proven herself useful. But usefulness was not belonging. They called her Ghost Wolf when they thought she could not hear. A cruel reference to her pale hair and to the rumor that her wolf was too frail to take physical form. She had shifted only once, late and hesitant. Her wolf so quiet that even she feared it might vanish if she called too loudly. Since then, she had hidden that part of herself, content to serve at the edges of the Pack's life. And yet here she was, standing in the most sacred hall of Northridge, holding an invitation that bore her name. She was to attend the coronation of the new Alpha King, Kael Draven, and to sit among healers and elders, as if she were truly part of this world. The thought both thrilled and terrified her. Her gaze drifted back to the throne. It seemed to pulse faintly, the polished wood glowing with threads of golden light that shifted as the morning brightened. She felt something stir within her chest, a restless flicker she had not felt in years. Her wolf stretched faintly, curious rather than cautious, as if the throne had whispered a greeting. Against her better judgment, Arya climbed the 3 steps until she stood before it. Her hand trembled as she reached out, tracing the worn edges of the armrest where generations of Alpha Kings had rested their hands. The wood was warm, impossibly so, as though it carried the memory of those who had ruled before. For one breathless moment, she allowed herself to wonder what it might feel like to sit there, to belong so completely that no one could question her place. Before she could change her mind, she lowered herself into the throne. The seat was smooth, shaped by time and weight, and as her body settled, she felt a strange resonance hum through her bones. Her grandmother's journal lay in her lap, its leather cover worn soft by years of use, and she thought she could almost hear Eveline's voice again. Destiny rarely arrives with ceremony, my dear one. More often, it slips in when you are not watching, disguised as a mistake. The air thickened around her, charged with energy, and her wolf stirred more fully than it had in years. She closed her eyes just for a heartbeat, allowing the sensation to wash through her. For that instant, she felt whole, as if she had finally found the place she had been searching for. Then footsteps echoed down the corridor outside, heavy and deliberate. The double doors swung open with a force that rattled the hinges, and he entered. Cale Draven filled the doorway as though the hall had been built for him alone. Tall, broad-shouldered, his presence was like a storm barely contained, energy rolling off him in waves that made her breath falter. She had seen him once before from a distance, a figure glimpsed across a training field, but distance had dulled nothing. Up close, his dark eyes were sharper than she imagined, predatory and calculating, and his jaw was set with the weight of command. Those eyes locked onto her, seated upon the throne, and the temperature in the hall seemed to plummet. Arya scrambled to rise, nearly dropping the journal in her haste. I am sorry, she stammered, her voice catching in her throat. He did not move quickly, yet every step he took seemed inevitable, as if no force could stop him once he had chosen his path. When he reached the dais, his gaze never left hers. His voice was low, precise, laced with quiet danger. Do you know what happens to wolves who take what belongs to the Alpha King? Her heel caught on the step behind her and she nearly fell, but his hand shot out with impossible speed, catching her arm. The touch sent a jolt through her veins, heat and electricity entwined, and she gasped despite herself. His scent enveloped her, pine forests after rain mixed with something darker, primal and commanding. Her wolf pressed against her chest, restless, intrigued. I arrived early, she managed, hating the way her voice trembled. I did not mean disrespect. I was only curious. He studied her with unnerving intensity. His grip on her arm was firm but not cruel, as if he held her there not to punish but to prevent her from fleeing. For a moment, she thought she saw something flicker in his expression. Curiosity, perhaps, or recognition, but it vanished as quickly as it came. Your name, he said, not as a question, but as a command. Arya Sullivan, I am the healer apprentice. Something shifted in his gaze. Sullivan, from Red Moon Pack. The words were more statement than inquiry, but they sliced through her like blades, reopening wounds she had long tried to bury. She could not find her voice, only nodded, her throat tight with unshed grief. His expression softened, almost imperceptibly, before hardening again. You should not be here yet. The ceremonial space is restricted until the elders arrive. She nodded quickly. I will go. But he did not release her arm. His eyes searched hers with unsettling focus. Why were you sitting on my throne? The truth that she had wanted, just for a moment to imagine belonging, seemed impossible to confess. She clutched the journal tighter against her chest, drawing strength from its familiar weight. I wanted to feel the history, she whispered, to understand what it means to belong to something greater. I have not belonged anywhere since. Her words trailed into silence, unfinished but understood. Cale's grip eased, his hand trailing down her wrist before releasing her entirely. He studied her a moment longer, then turned toward the throne, claiming it with the ease of one born to rule. The ceremony begins in an hour, he said without looking back. Return then. Dismissed, Arya fled toward the doors, her pulse still racing. Yet, as she crossed the threshold, she could not shake the weight of his gaze following her, as though something had shifted between them in that brief, dangerous moment. Something that would not easily be undone. The corridor outside the ceremonial hall was cooler than the vast chamber she had just left, its stone walls damp with morning condensation. Arya pressed her back against the cold surface, closing her eyes as she tried to steady her breath. Her heart pounded like a drum, echoing the weight of the moment she had just lived through. She had been foolish, recklessly curious, and now she had stood face to face with the Alpha King before his coronation. Worse, she had sat on the throne as though she had any right. Her fingers tightened around the leather journal clutched against her chest. Evelyn Sullivan's last gift. The edges of the binding had grown frayed over the years, and the faint scent of lavender clung to it still, a remnant of her grandmother's herb garden. Arya traced the worn spine with her thumb, seeking comfort in its familiar texture. She remembered the night Evelyn had given it to her. The woman's silver hair braided tightly, her pale eyes gleaming with a light that had always unsettled others but had soothed Arya. "Remember, my child," Evelyn had whispered, her voice rough as dried leaves but steady. "True strength does not roar. It endures. It listens. You must listen, even when silence frightens you." At the time, Arya had not understood what those words meant. She still did not. Yet, in the silent aftermath of her encounter with Kyle Draven, she could almost hear them again, as though Evelyn herself stood in the corridor with her. The sound of footsteps interrupted her reverie. She quickly straightened, forcing her face into calm neutrality. It was Nora Celine Ward, head healer of Northridge, her mentor for the past 2 years. Celine's hair, streaked with silver among strands of black, was bound in an elegant knot, and the ceremonial healer's robe she wore swayed lightly as she approached. Her sharp eyes immediately found Arya. "There you are," Celine said, voice low but carrying authority. "I wondered where you had disappeared. You look pale. Did something happen?" Arya hesitated, unsure whether to reveal the truth. She decided against it. The fewer who knew of her mistake, the better. "I came early," she said softly. "I wanted a moment to collect myself." Celine studied her with an expression that blended suspicion and concern. Then she sighed, resting a hand briefly on Arya's arm. "You always carry the weight of the world in your silence. Breathe, child. Today is a day of new beginnings, not endings." "Us." Arya managed a small smile. "I have never been to something so formal. I did not want to embarrass you." "You will not," Celine replied firmly. "You have trained under me for 2 years. You are my apprentice, and today you will stand with me among the healers. Remember your place, yes, but do not forget that you earned it." The words warmed Arya's chest, though she still doubted them. Yet she followed Celine as they walked through the growing bustle of the corridors. Pack members and visiting dignitaries streamed past them, some dressed in heavy ceremonial furs, others in sleek modern garments that glittered faintly with threads of silver. The air vibrated with anticipation, layered with murmurs of excitement and speculation. As they neared the healer's quarters, Arya's thoughts wandered back to the journal she still carried. That night, when the hunters had destroyed her family, she had clung to the book as though it were a lifeline. While others perished in blood and flame, Evelyn's words had survived, pressed against Arya's chest as she fled. She often wondered if fate had chosen the journal to endure because it carried secrets she had not yet uncovered. That evening, when her duties were done, she retreated to the small alcove that had become her sanctuary within Northridge. A narrow window overlooked the pine forest, and a single candle flickered against the shadows as she opened the journal once more. The pages were filled with her grandmother's looping script, notes on herbs and remedies, sketches of symbols she did not understand, fragments of stories that seemed more myth than medicine. One passage caught her eye, one she had read countless times but never fully grasped. "The quiet walker does not lead by dominance, nor by strength of fang or claw. She moves unseen between worlds, hearing whispers where others hear silence. Her gift is balance. Her burden is to bridge what would otherwise break." The words unsettled her, not only because they sounded like prophecy, but because of the quiet certainty that they were somehow meant for her. She had always been quiet, always listened more than spoken, always felt the currents of others' pain more deeply than most. Yet what kind of wolf could lead by silence? In a society that worshipped strength and ferocity, silence was seen as weakness. Her wolf stirred faintly, pressing against her chest as though reminding her of its presence. For 2 years it had been little more than a shadow, reluctant to emerge fully. She had convinced herself it was grief that kept it hidden. Perhaps it was. Or perhaps it was something else, something Evelyn had known but never spoken aloud. Arya set her hand against the page, closing her eyes as though touch might reveal what sight could not. She thought of Cale's eyes when he had caught her in the hall, the way they had seemed to strip away every barrier she had built around herself. He had recognized her name, recognized her bloodline. Red Moon Pack, a legacy reduced to ash, but not forgotten. Her thoughts spiraled, restless, until a soft knock drew her from her trance. She rose quickly and opened the door to find one of the younger healers. "The elders have gathered," the girl said. "Celine requests your presence." So the spacking is an aider of B8. Aider. So like aider det. Arya nodded, tucking the journal carefully into her satchel before following. The corridors buzzed even more now, alive with the voices of wolves from every corner of the territories. She kept her gaze lowered, aware of the glances cast her way, whispers brushing against her ears like nettles. Ghost wolf, some murmured. Survivor. Outsider. She swallowed the sting of their words and lifted her chin slightly. She had survived worse than whispers. When they reached the healer section of the ceremonial hall, Celine greeted her with a reassuring nod. "Stand beside me, Arya. Remember the protocols. Eyes lowered during the oath, hands folded. Let them see you not as an intruder, but as one who knows her place." Arya obeyed, though her heart beat faster with every passing moment. She could feel the weight of the hall pressing in once more, the weight of the throne she had dared to occupy. She wondered if Cale would look at her again, if he would reveal what flickered in his eyes when he had spoken her name. As the ceremonial horn sounded, calling the assembly to order, she pressed her hand against her satchel, feeling the solid shape of the journal beneath the fabric. Evelyn's words echoed once more in her mind. Destiny rarely announces itself with fanfare. More often, it arrives as a mistake. Arya wondered, as the doors opened and the procession began, if her mistake that morning had already set her destiny in motion. The great ceremonial hall no longer stood silent. By the time Arya and Celine entered with the other healers, the vast chamber pulsed with life. Hundreds of candles blazed from iron sconces mounted along the walls, their flames casting warm light across stone and wood, filling every corner with shadows that danced like restless spirits. The air was thick with anticipation, humming with whispers. The low rumble of wolves gathered from every territory to witness the coronation of Cale Draven. Arya moved with careful steps, her plain blue dress marking her as apprentice among the healers section. Celine guided her to the second row, where white-robed healers sat in solemn silence. "Remember," Celine whispered, "lower your gaze during the oath. The ancestral power is not for the eyes of apprentices." Arya nodded, though her chest felt tight. Her hands rested over her satchel, the journal within pressing against her ribs like a heartbeat. The throne loomed ahead, bathed in golden light, its carved wolves gleaming with eyes that seemed alive. She tried not to look at it, not to remember how it had felt beneath her when she had dared to sit where no one else belonged. But her mind betrayed her, recalling the warmth of the wood, the surge of power that had rippled through her body, the whisper of her grandmother's words. A hush fell over the assembly as the elders entered first, robed in ceremonial colors, their voices murmuring ancient invocations. Territorial leaders followed, each wearing symbols of their domains, furs dyed with regional hues, jewelry carved with sigils of bloodlines. Then the great doors swung open again, and he entered. Cale Draven strode into the hall with the measured grace of a predator that had no need to rush. His attire was simple compared to those around him. Black trousers, a crimson shirt, and a leather jacket etched with symbols of the Draven bloodline. No crown adorned his head, for his presence was crown enough. His dark hair caught the light, revealing faint auburn strands that glowed like embers. His expression was calm, yet his eyes burned with an intensity that made Arya's chest tighten. Her gaze dropped quickly, but not before she caught a flicker of recognition in his eyes as they swept across the assembly. For the briefest moment, it felt as though he had paused upon her, though surely that was her imagination. The elders spoke in unison, their voices weaving into harmony that filled the hall with sacred weight. They recited the ancient laws, their cadence practiced, reverent. One by one, the territorial leaders stepped forward to pledge allegiance to the new Alpha King, bowing their heads as they placed hands over their hearts. Arya felt the air grow heavy, charged with expectation. Her wolf stirred restlessly beneath her skin, pacing as though aware of something coming. Finally, Elder Miriam, the oldest among them, lifted her voice, which carried with surprising strength for one so frail. The time has come for the Alpha King to take his oath and receive the blessing of our ancestors. Kael ascended the dais, each step measured and unhurried. He placed one hand upon the ancient stone tablet inscribed with the first pack laws, its surface worn smooth by centuries of vows. His voice, when it filled the hall, required no effort to command silence. I, Kael Draven, claim the right of my blood and the strength of my wolf to serve as Alpha King of the United Territories. I vow to protect our people, preserve our ways, and lead with the wisdom of those who came before me. As he spoke the final words, a ripple of energy surged through the hall. It was not metaphor, not ceremony, it was power. It rolled through the gathered wolves like a physical force, warm and bright, threaded with voices older than memory. Gasps rose from the assembly as the ancestral blessing acknowledged him. Arya gripped the edge of her seat, her breath stolen by the sensation. It was not merely around her, it was within her. Heat spread through her veins, and she heard faint whispers, words in no language she had ever learned yet somehow understood. Her wolf surged upward, restless, pushing against her with a force that left her trembling. Arya, Celine whispered sharply, noticing her pale face. Are you unwell? Arya's voice failed. She could not explain what she felt, the resonance that tied her so completely to the power filling the hall. It was as though the blessing had touched her directly, though it was meant only for Kael. Her wolf pressed harder, not hostile but insistent, yearning toward the dais. Arya closed her eyes, pleading silently for calm, but the connection deepened until she thought she might break. When she dared to open her eyes again, Kael's gaze snapped to hers. His expression shifted, just slightly, his dark eyes narrowing as though he too felt the strange current that bound them. The connection broke only when Elder Miriam stepped forward with a goblet carved from bone. She lifted it high, her voice strong. Drink, Alpha King, and seal your bond with the blood of the first wolf. The liquid within was not blood, but a sacred mixture of herbs, brewed to symbolize the line of wolves stretching back to the beginning. Kael drank without hesitation, and the hall shook with a second wave of ancestral power, stronger than the first. Arya gasped aloud, unable to contain it this time, heat flooding her body, vision blurring. Her wolf rose so near the surface she felt claws against her skin, though none appeared. Celine's hand gripped her wrist. What is wrong? I do not know, Arya whispered, her voice trembling. Something about the ceremony. It is affecting me. Before Celine could press further, Elder Miriam's voice rose again. The ancestors have spoken. Kael Draven is confirmed as Alpha King. And so, the assembly erupted in howls, voices blending in a sound that reverberated through stone and bone alike. Arya remained seated, shaking, unable to join. Her gaze found Kael once more. He stood tall upon the dais, his expression composed, but his eyes sought hers with an intensity that left no doubt. He had felt it too. The hall roared around them, but in that instant, silence stretched between them, fragile and unspoken, binding them with a thread neither could name. Arya clutched her grandmother's journal tightly against her chest, her heart pounding with the certainty that something irreversible had just begun. The thunder of howls still reverberated through the ceremonial hall when Elder Miriam lifted her hand, calling the assembly to silence. The echoes faded reluctantly, leaving behind an air so thick with expectation that Arya could feel it pressing down on her shoulders. Candles flickered in the sudden quiet, their flames bending as though stirred by an unseen wind. Tradition dictated that the new Alpha King's oath marked the end of the ceremony, but today Elder Miriam's voice carried a new weight, resonant with words many had not heard in generations. As is the ancient custom, she declared, the Alpha King may now appoint his ceremonial attendants for the coming year. those who will stand as extensions of his authority, representing his will across the territories. A murmur rippled through the crowd. The custom was so old that most had thought it abandoned, a relic from the days when kings sent emissaries to distant pacts scattered across wild frontiers. In modern times, councils and messengers had replaced the practice. For Cal to revive it now sent shock through the room. Arya shifted uneasily in her seat, her fingers digging into the fabric of her dress. She did not know why the hairs on her arms rose, but her wolf stirred again, restless, sensing something beneath the surface of formality. Chaos stood at the center of the dais, his tall frame illuminated by the golden light streaming through stained glass. He looked every inch the sovereign he had sworn to become unshaken, commanding, his presence steady against the ripple of speculation. He inclined his head in acknowledgement of Elder Miriam's words. "I claim this right," he said, his voice carrying easily to the farthest reaches of the chamber. "And I name my attendants." The first name drew no surprise. Lucian Draven, my brother and blood counsel. Lucian rose from the front row, moving forward with calm dignity. His resemblance to Kale was undeniable, similar lines of jaw and eyes, though tempered by warmth, where his brother's face was carved in stone. He accepted the silver armband from Elder Miriam, bowing slightly before stepping aside to stand near the throne. "Darius Volkner as war chief," Kale continued. A massive figure pushed his way from the warrior section, his scarred face impassive. His size alone spoke of battles survived, but the aura of discipline around him was what truly marked him as dangerous. He accepted his armband with a nod, taking his place without a word. Seraphine Vale as diplomatic envoy. "It," gasps stirred through the assembly. Seraphine was young, far younger than most, who held such a title, but her reputation had already spread, silver-tongued, keen-eyed, unafraid to wield words like blades. She rose gracefully, every movement calculated, and accepted her armband with a smile that never touched her eyes. Arya exhaled, relieved. The names made sense, each chosen with care: council, war, diplomacy, the foundations of rule. She leaned slightly toward Selene, whispering, "It is finished." But Selene did not answer. Her mentor's eyes narrowed, fixed upon Kale, as though she sensed something yet to come. Then Kale's gaze swept the assembly once more, lingering in silence long enough to draw every breath taut. His voice dropped into that same low cadence Arya had heard in the empty hall earlier, quiet yet carrying like the growl of thunder before a storm. "Arya Sullivan," he said, "as my personal healer." In such, the hall froze. For one heartbeat, absolute silence reigned, broken only by the distant hiss of candle flames. Then the whispers began, hissing through the crowd like wind through dry grass. "Arya Sullivan? The ghost wolf? She is barely an apprentice." Arya sat motionless, certain she had misheard. Her pulse thundered in her ears, her throat closing as though her body sought to deny the words. Selene's hand clamped down on her wrist, sharp enough to sting. "Stand," her mentor whispered urgently. "He called your name." Arya's legs felt unsteady as she pushed herself upright. Every gaze in the hall turned toward her, hundreds of eyes pinning her in place, heavy with disbelief, curiosity, derision. She wanted to melt into the stone floor, to vanish into shadow, but her body betrayed her, carrying her step by step toward the dais. Each pace felt endless, the murmurs following her like claws against her back. "Why her?" they whispered. "She is weak. She has no wolf. She does not belong." She fixed her eyes on Kale. He watched her approach with the same intensity as before, his expression unreadable, carved from control. His gaze did not waver, not even when the whispers grew loud enough to nearly drown her own footsteps. When she reached the dais, she bowed her head, her voice barely audible. "Alpha King, Arya Sullivan," he repeated, his tone carrying deliberate weight. "Do you accept the position of personal healer to the Alpha King?" Her mind screamed refusal. She was unprepared, unqualified. Every healer in the room knew more than she. Selene had decades of experience. Others had titles, reputations, knowledge of ancient arts. She was nothing but an apprentice, a survivor, clinging to fragments of her past. And yet, with every whisper of doubt came another voice, softer but deeper, resonating from within. Her grandmother's words. Destiny arrives disguised as a mistake. Arya lifted her chin. Her pulse still thundered, her stomach twisted in knots, but her voice emerged steady, surprising even herself. I accept the honor, Alpha King. Kale reached for the silver armband, smaller than the others but etched with the same symbols. As his fingers brushed her skin, the world seemed to tilt. Heat shot through her veins, that same electric jolt that had seized her earlier in the hall. His eyes widened, just for an instant, and she knew he felt it too. The armband closed around her wrist, snug and strangely warm, as though it had been waiting for her all along. Whispers surged louder, but Elder Miriam's voice cut through them. The selections are complete. The feast now begins in celebration of our Alpha King and his chosen attendants. Applause rose, hesitant at first, then rolling through the hall. Yet Arya heard none of it. She stood frozen on the dais, the weight of the silver band anchoring her, the Alpha King's gaze still holding hers with an intensity that left no room for escape. When Kyle turned away to address the elders, she finally exhaled, her knees trembling. She stepped aside, but the whispers pursued her like shadows, envy, suspicion, contempt. Celine's expression when Arya returned to her seat was a mixture of shock and calculation. Why? Arya whispered, clutching her wrist as if the silver might burn her. Celine shook her head. That child is a question only the Alpha King can answer. Arya lowered her gaze, but within her chest her wolf stirred again, restless and alert, as if it too understood that something had changed irrevocably. She had not merely witnessed history today. She had stepped into its center, bound now by a decision she had not chosen but could not escape. The feast unfurled like a tapestry of heat and sound, the moment the elders dismissed the assembly. Long tables materialized from alcoves with the efficiency of ritual well-rehearsed, their polished surfaces laden with roasted venison, dark loaves split to reveal steaming crumb, bowls of winter berries glazed in honey, and earthen pitchers breathing out the scent of spiced mead. The hall that had held silence like a sacred bowl now brimmed with voices layered upon voices, fragments of congratulations, speculation, and thinly veiled displeasure drifting like ash across firelight. Arya stood very still at the edge of it all, the new weight of silver circling her wrist like a living thing. When she flexed her fingers, the band warmed, as if it held an ember that refused to die. Celine's presence steadied her. The head healer moved through the crush with calm that parted currents, and every so often she would look back to ensure Arya followed. At a smaller table set aside for the healers, Celine gestured to a chair. Arya sat, though she could barely feel the wooden seat beneath her. The world had tilted, and she could not yet convince her body that the ground had not gone dangerous and soft beneath the steps she had taken. Eat, Celine said, placing a portion of meat and bread before her. You will need your strength more than ever. Arya lifted the bread out of duty rather than hunger. Around them, candles threw gold upon faces that watched her too closely, the sort of watching that pretends it is looking elsewhere. She knew the shape of such attention. It pricked like nettle and clung like burrs. Ghost wolf, survivor. Outsider elevated beyond her station. Her stomach, already tight, clenched again. A shadow fell over the table, and Arya looked up into eyes the color of late autumn storm. The warrior who wore those eyes carried a scar that ran from temple to jaw, a pale hook that refused to be healed smooth by time. He inclined his head toward Celine with respect that seemed genuine. War Chief, Celine greeted. Head healer, he answered before turning to Arya. Arya Sullivan. His voice held neither mockery nor heat, only assessment. She placed the bread down, wiped her fingers on the edge of her napkin, and rose. War Chief Darius Volkner. For an instant, something unreadable eased the set of his mouth. Titles sit strangely on wolves who do not seek them, he said. The band suits you more than you believe. Before she could reply, the air behind Darius shifted, and another presence filled the space with quiet authority. Lucian Draven had a gentler gaze than his brother, but gentleness did not dull it. It merely made it more dangerous, because it seemed to understand and to forgive, even as it weighed and measured. "Celine," Lucian said warmly, then to Arya, "the Alpha King requests a moment with his personal healer." Arya's breath caught at the formal shape of the words, "personal healer." Spoken aloud, they sounded less like an announcement and more like a seal closing. Celine's hand brushed Arya's shoulder. It was as close to a blessing as the head healer would offer in front of others. Arya followed Lucian through a side door half concealed beneath a crimson banner. The noise of the feast hushed at their backs, replaced by the soft hush of corridors that smelled of beeswax and stone that had known centuries of hands. They passed portraits of kings whose eyes tracked the living with a suspicion of those long accustomed to betrayal. Arya felt the names she had memorized during long nights, spent studying the histories rise unbidden and pass, like beads slipped through fingers. Lucian pushed open a final door and stood aside for her to enter. The study that received her was surprisingly intimate for a man who now carried a crown woven from duty rather than metal. Books lined 3 walls in dark ranks. A fire made of oak and resin snapped in a hearth shaped with wolves that ran nose to tail around its stone. On a table near the window, maps lay open beneath weights, worked into the shapes of moons. Kale stood with his back to the door, one hand braced on the sill, the tendons at his wrist, a clean line beneath skin. When he turned, the room seemed to tilt forward around that motion, as if the axis of its balance had quietly changed. He had shed the leather jacket of ceremony for a dark shirt that softened nothing. The line that carved between his brows as he studied her was not displeasure. It was attention sharpened to a blade. "Thank you, Lucian," he said, without looking away from Arya. Lucian's hand touched the door as he withdrew. 5 minutes, he said, which Arya suspected meant considerably longer if Kale required it. Silence settled with the gentleness of snow. Arya met it with both hands at her sides to stop them from shaking. She had faced blood and bone. She had faced the empty rooms of a home turned to ash. She could face a man, even if that man's gaze felt like a truth she had not yet learned how to bear. "You accepted," Kale said finally. "You gave me little room to refuse," Arya answered, and surprised herself that the words did not come out as apology, they came out as fact. The faintest breath of amusement crossed his mouth and was gone. "You are honest. That will be inconvenient and useful in equal measure." She swallowed, found the courage to lift her chin. "Why me?" The question did not tremble. It hung between them like a thread that might either tangle or bind. Kale did not pace. He did not reach for the performance of dominance many alphas preferred when they wished to fill a room with themselves. He simply stood, and because he did not waste motion, the motion he chose carried weight. "Because in that hall," he said, "when the ancestors answered, I felt every wolf as heat across skin. Some were sparks, bright and brief. Some were steady, like banked coals. You were neither. You were a current. You did not burn. You carried." Arya pressed her tongue to the back of her teeth to keep breath steady. "You speak in metaphors when a simple explanation would do." "I am giving you a simple explanation," he said. "You listened to the power rather than attempting to take it. It listened back. That is rare. It is what I need. As one for politics," she said, because leaving the sharpest edge sheathed would have been a lie by omission, a symbol to set before wolves who still kneel to tradition that bites rather than blesses. "For balance," he corrected, and his voice deepened almost imperceptibly. "The North speaks of blood as if blood remembers only purity, never sacrifice. The South speaks of progress as if the past is an infection to be cut out. A kingdom survives on scar tissue properly knit. You are a healer who carries old knowing in your bones, even if you have not yet named it. I require both the symbol and the reality." The old knowing, she repeated, and there was no way to keep her gaze from flickering toward the satchel that had never left her shoulder. He noticed, of course. He would notice the shift of dust in sunlight if it meant advantage. Eveline Sullivan's journal, he said. You clutch it the way a warrior clutches a blade he trusts more than the shield on his arm. It's respite. Arya could not disguise her startle. You knew her. I exchanged letters with her through intermediaries, Kale answered. I study my territories and the wolves who influence them. I did not expect the granddaughter she believed would bridge rather than break to sit on my throne before dawn and teach me the definition of audacity. Heat rose to Arya's face. That was foolishness, not audacity. The difference is often measured by outcome, he said. This morning, it measured by recognition. A log in the hearth fell into a cradle of coals with a sigh. Arya found herself stepping closer to the fire because it gave her something to look at that was not his eyes. The silver on her wrist pulsed once, as if it kept time with something outside her body. She lifted her hand and the band lay quiet again, as if it had been patient and wished to remind her of the nature of patience. What exactly do you expect of me? She asked. Beyond discretion. Beyond tending injuries you would rather the council and your enemies never smell. I expect you to learn quickly, Kale said. I expect you to tell me unwelcome truths before they bloom into unmanageable consequences. I expect you to stand beside me in council tomorrow and the day after and the day after that, until the wolves who watch for weakness realize that the woman they called Ghost has more substance than the titles they wear, like armor. Arya felt the steadying presence of her grandmother's voice as a pressure against the heart rather than a sound. True strength does not roar. It endures. It listens. She raised her eyes. I can do the first two. The third will take practice. Practice can be arranged, he said, and there was a thread of dry humor woven through the words that, against reason, steadied her more than comfort would have done. The door opened without a knock, and a man whose presence tasted of iron entered with his head bowed in respect. Corvin Hale, captain of the personal guard, wore discipline like a second skin. His gaze crossed Arya and recorded her, not with disdain, but with the unflinching cataloging of a sentinel tasked with guarding a life that the world would prefer to test. Alpha King, Corvin said, the northern delegation requests a private audience before the feast concludes. It's requests, Kale repeated, and the single word made clear he already knew the truth behind it. Insists, Corvin corrected. Magnus Valor leads them. Lucien slipped past Corvin with the ease of one used to arriving exactly when threads tightened. They will call delay a slight, he said lightly, though his eyes were not light. They would enjoy declaring insult more than they would enjoy a solution. Kale's fingers tapped once against the window ledge. A thoughtful heartbeat. He looked back to Arya. You will return to the hall. You will eat. You will be seen. At dawn, you will pack only what you cannot bear to leave behind. We travel to the capital before noon. The court physician will meet you at Castle Draven. He is less patient than Selene and more precise than Mercy. Arya's mouth almost quirked. I will endure him. You will learn from him, Kale said. And then, softer, keep the journal close. It will cease to be merely a relic if you allow it. He moved past her and the fragrance he wore, pine after rain and something older, braided with the dry spice of parchment and the warmth of banked fire, slipped around her like a cloak she did not know she had earned. Corvin and Lucien fell into step with him, command threading between them without the need for words. At the threshold, Kyle paused and looked back. His gaze found the silver at her wrist and then her face. And in that transit, something like a promise sparked, not of ease, but of clarity. When they were gone, the room remembered its breath. Arya stood for a long moment, listening to the quiet and the pulse in her own wrists. Then she lifted the satchel strap higher on her shoulder and returned to the corridors. The feast had deepened into the hour when laughter grows sharper and truths are spoken under the protection of noise. She moved through it as Selene had taught her. Neither skulking nor striding, a line between. Not all eyes upon her were unkind. Some carried curiosity without cruelty. Some carried calculation without contempt. She had learned to read the difference by necessity. At the edge of the hall, a woman stepped into her path with the precise grace of a blade drawn slowly from a sheath. Seraphine Vale offered a smile refined enough to be mistaken for warmth. "Congratulations," Seraphine said. "Elevation is an intoxicant many do not survive. I hope you keep your footing, Arya Sullivan." "I do not drink," Arya answered simply. Seraphine's laugh was soft. "No, you listen. That is rarer than sobriety at court." Her eyes flicked to the band at Arya's wrist and then back to her face. "There will be those who test you because they are afraid and those who test you because they are bored. Tell which is which and you will avoid unnecessary blood." "What would you advise I do with necessary blood?" Arya asked. "Learn to stop it quickly," Seraphine said, "and to see it coming sooner." She inclined her head and drifted away on the tide of conversation, leaving the faint suggestion of a warning that might also have been a gift. Arya reached the healer's table and found that she could, at last, eat without the food turning to iron in her mouth. Celine said nothing. Approval from the head healer seldom arrived in words. It arrived in the space she made for Arya to become more than she had been that morning. When the candles were snuffed one by one and the last of the mead had been poured, Arya stepped out into the courtyard for air that had not first warmed itself in 100 lungs. Above her, the moon rode thin and high, and the pines whispered in a language her bones remembered even when her brain did not. She pressed her palm to the journal through the fabric of the satchel and closed her eyes. If destiny sometimes arrived wearing the mask of a mistake, then perhaps courage sometimes arrived disguised as obedience. She had accepted, and acceptance had set something in motion that she did not yet dare to name. Tomorrow would bring a journey, and the day after would bring a room in a castle where history slept with one eye open. Her wolf stirred and settled again, not retreating this time, but watching with her, patient as winter and as certain as spring. She breathed until the night steadied within her, then turned back toward the lighted doors. Inside, wolves spoke the language of ambition and fear and celebration. Inside, the life she had not chosen waited to see whether she would refuse it or reshape it. She lifted her chin and walked in. The morning after the coronation broke cold and bright, the kind of morning that stripped away the softness of dreams and left only the sharp edge of reality. Frost clung to the pine branches outside Arya's narrow window, each needle shimmering as the sun crept higher. She had barely slept, her mind a storm of voices and images, the weight of Cale Draven's gaze, the warmth of the silver band on her wrist, the whisper of Evelyn's words echoing in her blood. She rose before dawn, as she always did, though this time the habit carried a new weight. Her satchel lay ready at the foot of her bed, packed with what little she owned. 3 modest dresses, bundles of dried herbs, wrapped in cloth, and most precious of all, the journal. She pressed her palm against its leather cover, tracing the grooves where her grandmother's hand had once shaped the ink. For the first time, the journal felt less like memory and more like a guide. A knock sounded at her door, sharp and measured. When she opened it, Celine stood there, with eyes rimmed red, as though she had spent the night in thought rather than sleep. In her hands she held a small wooden box inlaid with pearl, its surface worn but beautiful. "Your grandmother left this in my keeping," Celine said softly. "She told me to give it to you when the time was right. I believe that time has come." Arya's throat tightened. With trembling fingers she lifted the lid. Inside, nestled on velvet, lay a pendant of silver shaped into a wolf whose eyes were pale blue stones. Symbols older than memory curved around its edges, the same symbols she had seen sketched in the margins of Evelyn's journal. "The mark of the Quiet Walker," Celine explained, "worn by healers of your bloodline for generations." "You knew," Arya whispered, shock roughening her voice. "I suspected," Celine admitted. "Your grandmother never confirmed it, but she hinted often enough. She said you would leave us one day to serve a king, though I thought it a strange prophecy for a girl so quiet." Arya fastened the pendant around her neck, its weight cool against her skin. The moment it touched her chest, her wolf stirred, alert but not restless, as though it too recognized the symbol. Celine's hand gripped her shoulder. Listen carefully. The capital is not like Northridge. There, every word is weighed, every glance recorded. Trust no one fully, not even the Alpha King. Your gift makes you valuable, and value makes you vulnerable. I do not understand my gift, Arya confessed. My wolf hides from me. These whispers I hear, these instincts when I heal, they come and go without my control. Then learn, Celine urged, her voice fierce. Your grandmother left you more than history in that journal. The answers are there, hidden in plain sight. Study it, use it. And remember this, Arya, your worth is not defined by your service to any alpha, no matter how powerful. Emotion swelled in Arya's chest as she embraced the woman who had been both mentor and shield these last 2 years. What if I fail? She whispered against Celine's shoulder. Then you will rise again, Celine murmured. That is what our blood does. A second knock interrupted them, firmer this time. When Arya opened the door, Corvin Hale stood there, impassive as always, his dark eyes sharp beneath the crest of the guard. The convoy departs in 20 minutes. Be ready. Arya nodded, and when she looked back, Celine's gaze had softened with pride and sorrow mingled. Go, she said. Your path waits. The journey began with the crunch of tires on frost as black vehicles wound their way out of Northridge and into the forested mountains beyond. Arya had expected to ride with servants or attendants, perhaps even the other healers, but instead she found herself in the same vehicle as Kyle, Draven, Lucian, and Seraphine Vale. The interior was sleek, the leather seats smelling faintly of cedar and smoke. Kyle sat beside the window, his attention fixed on the phone in his hand, his voice low as he spoke to unseen advisors about security measures and border tensions. His presence filled the space regardless, a steady pressure that reminded Arya she sat inches away from the most powerful wolf in the territories. Lucian offered her a reassuring smile from across the seat. Nervous? He asked during a rare pause when Kale set the phone aside. Terrified, Arya admitted, unable to disguise the truth. Lucian's smile widened faintly. Good. Those who are not afraid are the first to make fatal mistakes. Aye, Grace. Is that meant to comfort me? It is meant to remind you that fear sharpens, Lucian said. His gaze flicked briefly to the pendant at her throat. An interesting choice of jewelry. Arya touched the silver wolf instinctively. It was my grandmother's. Celine gave it to me this morning. I know, Lucian said softly, and something in his tone made her look sharply at him. But before she could question, Kale spoke again, his voice returning them all to silence. Hours passed as the convoy wound through rugged terrain, the forest giving way to valleys carved by rivers, mountains rising sharp against the horizon. The air grew colder as they climbed, frost thickening on branches until it glittered like glass. Arya pressed her forehead lightly against the glass, watching the wilderness blur past, her thoughts churning. She had left behind everything familiar, stepping into a life chosen for her by power and politics. When at last the vehicles crested a hill, the capital revealed itself. Arya gasped despite herself. Lunar City stretched out below, an unexpected blend of ancient stone and modern steel, of spires rising like fingers beside sleek glass towers. Forested parkland surrounded it, masking its true size from human eyes. At the city's heart loomed Castle Draven, a fortress of silver granite whose walls had stood for centuries. Its towers gleamed beneath the afternoon sun, austere and unyielding, yet undeniably magnificent. Welcome to Lunar City, Seraphine said lightly, watching Arya with eyes too sharp to be casual. Humans believe it is a historical preserve, Lucian added. We allow limited tourism in the outer districts. It funds our infrastructure and keeps suspicion at bay. Arya could only nod, her breath caught between awe and unease. The convoy wound through guarded gates and into the castle's inner courtyard. Guards in black uniforms bowed their heads as the Alpha King stepped out first, his presence commanding without effort. He did not glance back at her as he strode toward the waiting advisors, but his words lingered nonetheless. Be ready. Your duties begin tomorrow. Lucian gestured for her to follow him down a vaulted corridor lined with portraits of kings whose eyes seemed to burn from canvas. Their gazes reminded Arya of Kale's unyielding, carved from expectation. At last, they reached a wing of the castle reserved for healers. Her quarters opened into a suite far beyond anything she had ever known, a sitting room lined with shelves of leather-bound texts, a bedroom with French doors that led to a private garden, even a cabinet of rare herbs preserved in glass jars. "This will be yours," Lucian said. "The court physician will meet you in the morning. Tonight, rest. Tomorrow, the real work begins." He paused at the door, his expression serious now. "One more thing. The pendant you wear, keep it hidden in public. Symbols carry power. Not all who see it will welcome what it represents." Arya touched the silver wolf, feeling its quiet pulse against her skin. She nodded, though unease curled low in her stomach. When Lucian left, she wandered into the garden, where raised beds brimmed with medicinal plants she had only ever read about. A small fountain whispered in the center, its water glinting with fading light. She sat on a stone bench, lifting her grandmother's journal to her lap. She opened at random, as she always did, and her eyes caught a passage she had overlooked before. "The quiet walker's gift emerges strongest in liminal spaces, dawn and dusk, the moment between heartbeats, the silence between breaths. It is in thresholds that the veil thins and truths reveal themselves." Arya traced the words with her finger, her breath catching. Dawn and dusk. Between heartbeats, between breaths. She closed her eyes and inhaled slowly, wondering if she could find that silence within herself. The pendant warmed against her chest. Her wolf stirred, not retreating but watching, waiting. Arya opened her eyes to the darkening sky, her pulse steady at last. She had stepped into a world where secrets lived in shadows and power demanded masks. Yet here, in the hush between day and night, she felt for the first time that perhaps her wolf had not abandoned her at all. Perhaps it had only been waiting for her to listen. Night gathered over Castle Draven like ink poured slowly across parchment, seeping into the joints of stone and the ribs of timber until the corridors held their breath. Arya stood at the window of her sitting room, the glass cool beneath her fingertips, and watched the last ribbons of daylight curl away from the gardens. The fountain in the center kept its own small music, a silver thread of sound in the hush. She had meant to read, to begin a serious study of Eveline's journal as Celine had urged, but the words swam when she tried to focus, and each line unraveled into memory. The weight at her throat, the quiet wolf wrought in silver, seemed to warm by degrees with the deepening dark. A soft rap sounded at her door, so restrained that for a heartbeat she thought she had imagined it. When she opened, a young woman in the healer's pale attire stood there, eyes earnest and a little afraid, hands twisted together to keep them from trembling. "Forgive the hour," the girl said, lowering her voice as though the door itself might have ears. "He asks for you, the Alpha King." She swallowed and added, "He requests you attend him in his private study at once." The words set the room tilting, though the floor did not move. Arya set the journal on the table with careful hands, took up the leather satchel that had already become an extension of her body, and followed. The corridors they took were not the routes Lucian had shown earlier. These ran quieter and closer to the heart of the castle, where tapestries drank light and old stones kept the memory of footfalls. The girl led her past two guards who straightened without surprise and opened a carved door into a chamber that glowed with lamplight and fire. The first thing Arya noticed was the scent. Pine after rain, smoke, leather, a thread of iron beneath. The second was Kael, standing beside the hearth with his profile turned to the flame. The third was the line of blood along his cheekbone, a red stroke trapped in the lamplight. "Alpha King," Arya said, dropping a small bow born of instinct and instruction. When he turned fully, she saw the swelling that was already beginning beneath his left eye, the bruise rising like weather from below the skin, and the way he held himself as if shadows had weight. Pain lived in the set of his ribs. He had caged it well, but it lived there. "Training accident," he said, as if preempting the question. His voice was steady, a blade kept in oil. "Can you handle it here?" There was no bravado in the question and no apology, only the knowledge that being seen injured was a risk he could not casually accept. Arya moved without answer to the cabinet he gestured toward, found a kit so complete that it might have been placed there with her in mind, and set it on the low table beside a deep leather chair. The room was quiet, save for the crackle of oak in the grate and the whisper of maps lifting their corners in a passing draft. "Sit," she said, the single word gentled by the way she held out her hand to indicate the chair. He obeyed without the performance of reluctance. Up close, the cut was longer than she had first thought, a near clean slice angled along the cheekbone that would scar if left to heal without care. She cleansed her hands, threaded needle, warmed the antiseptic between her palms so it would not shock the skin, and warned him, "This will sting." "It will pass," he said, and then held as still as a carved figure while she worked. He did not flinch when the cleanser touched, did not blink when the first stitch went beneath the edges and drew them together. She kept her breath steady, measuring each suture so that the line would lie like a fine seam rather than a jagged mend. Their proximity gathered heat from the fire and from the current that seemed to pass when her fingers brushed his skin. She could smell the open pine of the forest in his hair, the faint metal of blood, the warmth of a body pushed hard and denied rest. "You expected me to come with an entourage," he said after a moment, not as a question. "I expected the court physician," Arya answered, eyes on the work and not on his mouth, "and at least 3 witnesses to ensure propriety." "I prefer discretion," he said. "There are those who believe any mark on an Alpha King indicates a corresponding weakness in the realm. If use all is red. Marks can also mean that the king trains rather than sits," she said, and in the split second before his mouth resumed stillness, she saw amusement, quick and unguarded as a spark under wind. "You continue to be inconvenient in the most useful ways," he said. "How bad is it?" "It is a line that wants to become a scar if ignored," she said, tying off the final stitch and smoothing it with salve from a small jar. "With care and time, it will fade into a story only you can see in a mirror." "And inti so? And my ribs?" he asked, as if allowing the question to have fallen from her before he caught it up himself. Arya sat back enough to see the breadth of him without the intimacy of the chair between them. The bruise beneath his shirt was not visible, but pain had a way of drawing lines where none had been, and his every breath acknowledged those lines. "I will need to look," she said, the simplest truth, and waited for either refusal or consent. Consent came as he unbuttoned the dark shirt and lifted the hem with an economy of motion that confirmed what she already knew. 2 ribs, perhaps 3, compromised but not broken through. The bruising spread like a night sky across his side, constellations of blue and black and the green that comes when blood thinks of leaving. Her palms hovered a breath above his skin before she touched. Heat lived there, and the whisper that was not a voice but had always been her truest teacher rose at once. She did not speak to the injury aloud, not with words. She reached for the place where hurt and body were still in negotiation. She asked for ease without theft. She asked for binding that did not strangle breath. She asked for pain to loosen its fist without forgetting the lesson it had brought. "Family technique," Kale murmured, watching her face rather than her hands. "Or something older." "Old is not always a measure of worth," she said, wrapping him with linen that she had warmed in her lap, so the first press would not shock. "Older, yes. Useful, more than sometimes." She worked steady, binding firm without cruelty, and the room narrowed to the sound of his breath and the soft rasp of fabric through her fingers. "You listen when you heal," he said, "not for instructions from your mind, for agreement from the wound." "And it's live?" She could have pretended not to understand, but pretense would have been a smaller lie than the night deserved. "I ask the body to remember itself," she said. "I ask what it can give now and what it must keep until morning. If I take too much from a wound in one night, the debt returns with interest." "Scar tissue properly knit," he said, repeating the phrase he had offered her earlier as if tasting it again under different light. She secured the final fold and set her palm briefly over the bound ribs, not pressing, only lending heat. The pendant at her throat warmed in answer, a small pulse in time with the deeper rhythm beneath her hand. Her wolf stirred, not with the restless ache of absence, but with the poised patience of a creature that had decided to step nearer to the edge of the trees. "You should rest," she said, withdrawing and reaching for a clean cloth to wipe her hands. "Avoid strain for 2 days at least. 3, if you can endure the restraint." "Restraint is a story I tell other wolves," he said. And then, almost gently, 2 days is impossible. 1 is unlikely. I will accept the consequences and the ache. The corner of her mouth moved without permission. "Then you have paid in advance." He made a quiet sound that might have been laughter, the kind that lived at the back of the throat and did not often see daylight. He buttoned his shirt with careful motions that argued with nothing and acknowledged everything. She cleaned and closed her kit, lined each tool as if the order would steady her own thoughts. "You were right earlier," she said, surprising herself with the urge to offer something not demanded. In the hall, when the blessing moved through the room, it listened. "I do not know why it would listen to me, but it did." "Because you did not ask it to prove itself," he said. "You did not reach. You opened." Arya looked toward the window. Beyond the glass, the night held the city in one large hand. "That is not a strategy," she said. "It is a habit I did not know was worth anything." "Most strategies begin as habits someone names," he said. Silence unspooled again, but it was different from the hush that had greeted her arrival. This one was woven out of the work they had done, the small exchange of trust that happens when one lends hands and the other allows the briefest glimpse beneath the armor. The fire settled. A knot popped in the wood and released its resin into the air with a sharp sweetness. A knock broke the quiet. Corvin entered at Kael's word, a line of impatience smoothed by discipline across his brow. "Magnus Valor presses again," he said. "He says if you wait until morning, he will consider it an insult. He has gathered 3 of the northern alphas in the lesser hall." "Then he has gathered them where I need them," Kael said, rising carefully enough that only someone who had wrapped his ribs would see the caution. He looked to Arya. "Tomorrow the council meets at the 10th hour. You will attend. Some wolves will object to your presence. They will have the choice to object in private or in public. I recommend public. It clarifies loyalty." "I will be there," she said, and felt the truth of it settle through her like a key finding its ward. Kael glanced at the band on her wrist and then at the pendant hidden beneath the fall of her hair, as if checking the existence of both rather than admiring them. "Keep those close," he said. "One is a signal the living understand. The other is a language the old stones will answer." He moved to pass her, and she stepped aside. He paused long enough that the air between them altered, the way air alters when a storm is near but not yet upon the fields. "Thank you," he said, the words slightly strange in his mouth, as if gratitude were not foreign to him, but rarely spoken aloud. "You are welcome," Arya said, and felt the smallest shift inside her, as if some hinge that had stiffened with disuse had agreed to move again. When they had gone, she stood a moment with her hand on the back of the chair where he had Saturday. The leather was still warm. She gathered the kit, slipped it back into the cabinet, and left by the same quiet corridors. The castle at night was a body asleep with one eye open. Portraits watched. Floors remembered. Somewhere a clock marked the hour, with bells softened by distance. In her rooms, the fountain's voice welcomed her as though she had been gone much longer than she had. She unfastened the pendant, held it in her palm, and then let it lie again against her skin. On the table, the journal waited with the patience of paper and ink that know their moment will arrive when it is meant to arrive. She opened to a page she had not yet studied closely and found in Evelyn's hand a line she might have overlooked if she had been less tired and more proud. "A wound does not yield to force. It yields to recognition. Show it that you see what it is, and it will remember how to become what it was." Arya closed her eyes and let the words settle. Tomorrow would demand a spine that bent without breaking. Tomorrow would ask her to be seen and not disappear beneath the looking. Tonight she had stitched a king and bound his ribs. The ache in her own chest had eased as if some part of her had been drawn back into place by the same patient thread. She banked the lamps, left one burning for the sake of the dark, and lay down. Beyond the window, the moon moved, silver and indifferent. Within her, the wolf that had for so long kept to the thickets edged nearer to the clearing and lay down, not to sleep, but to watch with her until dawn. Dawn broke across Castle Draven with a pallor more steel than gold. The city beneath still stirred itself from shadow, but within the fortress the day had already begun. The air smelled of pine smoke from the courtyard fires and the faint tang of iron that seemed always to accompany soldiers drilling in the lower yards. Arya rose before the bell, as was her habit, and stood a long moment at the French doors that opened into her garden. The fountain sang its endless song, and frost rhymed the herbs in their beds, each leaf edged with silver. She touched the pendant at her throat, feeling its coolness deepen with the chill. She had not slept well. Kale's words from the night before still lived in her chest, heavy and unyielding. Tomorrow the council meets. You will attend. The thought of standing beside him under the scrutiny of northern alphas, their suspicion honed into blades, was enough to send her heart racing again. Yet beneath the fear lived something steadier, something that had risen when she bound his ribs and stitched his cheek. Her hands had not faltered then. Perhaps they would not falter now. A knock interrupted her thoughts. This time, it was not hesitant. It was precise, 3 taps spaced evenly, followed by the creak of the door opening before she answered. Lucian Draven entered, bearing the ease of one accustomed to claiming space without arrogance. His smile was faint, the sort that knew it carried more gravity than light. "You are awake," he said. "Good. There is no luxury for lateness in this house." "I could not have slept even if I wished," Arya admitted. Lucian studied her a moment, his gaze resting briefly on the pendant before lifting again. "That may serve you well. Today you will see how quickly the wolves of the north bare their teeth when they sense hesitation. My brother intends for you to stand at his side not as decoration, but as presence. They must learn to look at you and believe you belong." "I barely believe it myself," she said, before she could stop the truth. "Then practice until belief follows," Lucian answered. "Confidence is often nothing more than a rehearsal repeated until the body forgets it is acting." He gestured for her to follow. Together they moved through corridors bright with morning light. Servants bowed as they passed, their eyes lingering on Arya with curiosity sharp enough to draw blood. She walked carefully, her palms damp against the fabric of her dress. Celine's warning echoed in her memory. Trust no one completely, not even the Alpha King. The council chamber occupied the highest level of the central tower. Its circular walls were glass, offering a view of the entire city and the forest that ringed it. At its center stood a table carved from a single ancient oak, the map of the territories etched into its surface. Candles burned low in iron sconces, though the morning sun already lit the room. Kyle stood at the head of the table, his posture as unyielding as a stone beneath their feet. His charcoal suit concealed the bindings she had placed on his ribs, and the cut along his cheekbone appeared now as a faint line, clean and deliberate. Only she knew how much care it had required to make it appear so effortless. When his gaze found her, it was not as a king surveying a subordinate. It was as a man acknowledging a promise kept. He gave the smallest nod, and something within her spine straightened in answer. "Be seated," Kale commanded, his voice carrying without strain. The doors opened once more. Dominic announced them with the clipped efficiency of a soldier. Alpha Magnus Valor of the Northern Coalition, with representatives of the 7 northern territories. They entered like a storm front, Magnus at their head. He was massive, his shoulders broad as the doorway itself, his auburn hair streaked with silver that caught the sun like fire. His eyes were cold blue, sharp as broken ice, and they swept the chamber with the proprietary air of a wolf who believed the room owed him obedience. 6 alphas followed, each radiating aggression held just shy of violence. "Alpha King," Magnus said, his tone balanced precariously between acknowledgement and insult. Then his gaze shifted to Arya. He inhaled sharply, nostrils flaring, and something like recognition flickered across his face. I see you have brought new blood to your circle. And Arya Sullivan, Kale replied evenly, my personal healer. The murmurs that followed were not subtle. Disbelief, derision, suspicion. Arya felt them cut across her skin like claws, but she kept her chin lifted, her eyes steady, though lowered just enough to honor the protocols Selene had drilled into her. Magnus studied her a heartbeat longer, then dismissed her with a curl of his lip before turning his attention back to Kale. We have much to discuss, Alpha King. Shall we begin? The negotiations unfolded like a duel fought with words sharpened into blades. The northern delegation demanded greater autonomy, stricter bloodline laws, a retreat from dealings with human cities. They spoke of heritage, of purity, of the dangers of dilution. Kale countered with calm precision. Adaptation has preserved us for centuries. To cling only to the past is to invite extinction. Our young abandon their packs for human pleasures, one northern alpha growled. They weaken themselves with human values. Our young choose, Kale answered. Choice does not weaken, it defines strength. Arya listened, her hands folded in her lap. She watched Kale with quiet focus, noting how his shoulders tightened whenever he shifted, the ghost of pain in his ribs still alive beneath the bindings. She noticed, too, the way his eyes occasionally flicked toward her, brief and sharp, as though measuring not only the room but her presence within it. It was during one such exchange that she felt it. A shift, subtle as the drop in pressure before a storm. The air around Magnus darkened to her senses, threads of intent coiling sharp and heavy. Her wolf stirred violently, hackles rising within her chest. She leaned forward, her hand brushing Kale's arm as though steadying herself, but her whisper was deliberate. He knows you are hurt, she murmured, so low that only he could hear. He will challenge you, physically. Kale gave no sign of having heard, his expression unchanged, but beneath her palm she felt his muscles tense, readying. Sure enough, Magnus suddenly straightened. Enough words, he declared, his voice rumbling through the chamber. Let us settle this as wolves, not politicians. I challenge you, Alpha King, to single combat. Let strength decide the future of our packs. Gasps and murmurs broke through the room. A formal challenge could not be refused without shattering authority. Yet to accept was to fight with cracked ribs against a fresh opponent, exactly the trap Magnus intended. Kale's silence stretched long enough that tension tightened like a bowstring. Then his voice came, calm as ever, but edged with something sharper. An interesting proposal, but unimaginative. The old ways offered more than tooth and claw. Magnus narrowed his eyes. What do you suggest? The trial of integration, Kale said, and his words struck the room like thunder. Confusion rippled. Arya caught Lucian's quick glance, the flicker of surprise even he could not conceal. The trial had not been invoked in centuries. It demanded that two wolves from opposing factions, healer and warrior, face the Moonstone Caverns together, retrieving the Alpha Stone from its heart. Strength alone could not win it. Balance was required. Kale's hand came down upon Arya's shoulder, firm and unyielding. I choose Arya Sullivan as my healer. The chamber erupted in outrage. Voices rose, wolves growled, even some of Kale's own advisors exchanged alarmed glances. Arya sat frozen, the world narrowing to the weight of his hand, the press of hundreds of eyes upon her. Magnus sneered. Her, a ghost wolf? You stake the unity of our kind on an apprentice who barely shifted? Precisely, Kale said. Choose your strongest warrior, Magnus Valor. If together they succeed, I will consider your demands. If they fail, you will accept mine. Whence? Magnus hesitated, trapped by the rhetoric he had wielded so confidently. To refuse a trial sanctified by ancient tradition would unravel his claim to reverence of the old ways. His jaw tightened as he gestured to a towering man with ice-blue eyes and scars crisscrossing his arms. Alexander Volkov, he said. My champion. Arya's stomach turned cold. The warrior's gaze raked across her as though assessing not a partner but a burden. At moonrise, Kale declared, his voice resonant, final. The trial begins. The northern delegation departed in a storm of mutters and hard looks. When the doors closed, Arya turned sharply to Kale, her whisper fierce. Have you lost your mind? I know nothing of these caverns. I cannot break barriers woven by magic. I do not even understand. Kyle met her eyes with a steadiness that was almost infuriating. You will. Because Evelyn Sullivan prepared you. Even if you have not yet realized it, the pendant you wear is not only a symbol, it is a key. And, her hand flew to the silver wolf at her throat, its surface suddenly hot against her skin. She stared at him, caught between fury and fear, and beneath it all, the inexorable pull of something she could not name. The rest of the day unfolded beneath a weight Arya could not shake. Castle Draven bustled with preparations for the feast that would follow the council session, but the corridors whispered with something far heavier than celebration. Servants moved with hushed urgency, guards shifted their posts more frequently, and every conversation seemed to cut short when she passed. By the time the bells tolled midday, the castle no longer felt like stone and mortar. It felt like a beast holding its breath. Arya retreated to her quarters, but even the small sanctuary of her garden offered little comfort. She sat on the stone bench by the fountain, staring at her reflection in the rippling water. The pendant glimmered at her throat, catching the pale light of an overcast sky. She touched it with trembling fingers, half expecting it to burn again the way it had in the council chamber. You are unusually quiet, even for you, a voice said from the doorway. She turned sharply. It was Seraphine Vale, the new envoy, her dark hair bound in a braid that gleamed like polished obsidian. She moved into the garden with the grace of someone who owned every step, her ceremonial robe trailing lightly against the gravel path. I did not expect company, Arya said carefully. I imagine you rarely do, Seraphine replied, lowering herself onto the opposite end of the bench. Your presence unsettles the court already. Some call you a mistake, others call you a test. Either way, you are watched. Arya pressed her palms together in her lap. And what do you call me? Seraphine tilted her head, studying her as though weighing the honesty of a specimen. Unprepared, but not unimportant. She smiled faintly, though her eyes remained sharp. Kyle does not make careless choices. He sees something in you, though whether it is gift or burden remains to be proven. Arya felt her chest tighten. He should not have chosen me for the trial. I am not ready. No one ever is, Seraphine murmured. That is the point of trials. They do not reveal what you know. They reveal what you cannot yet admit to yourself. Before Arya could respond, the sound of approaching footsteps reached them. Darius Volkner entered the garden, his scarred face unreadable. He inclined his head to Seraphine, then fixed his storm-colored eyes on Arya. The Alpha King requests your presence in the strategy room, he said. His tone carried no malice, only the unbending weight of command. You are to meet with him and the court physician. Arya rose quickly, her heart pounding. She followed Darius through twisting corridors until they reached a chamber lit by tall windows. Maps covered the central table, weighted by stones carved with symbols. Kyle stood at the head of the table, Lucian at his side, and an older man with white hair and dark skin opposite them. His eyes were keen, his posture straight, despite the years. This is Dr. Solomon, Kale said, gesturing toward him. Court physician and advisor in matters of healing and tradition. Dr. Solomon inclined his head toward Arya, his gaze lingering on the pendant. So the Quiet Walker bloodline endures after all, he said softly. Your grandmother was a remarkable woman. I corresponded with her once, long ago. She would be pleased to see you stand here. Heat rose to Arya's face. I do not know how to be what she wanted. Knowledge can be taught, Dr. Solomon replied. Listening cannot. That, I suspect, is why Kale chose you. Kyle cut in, his voice firm. We do not have the luxury of years. The trial begins tonight. You must understand what you will face. He gestured to Lucian, who unrolled a yellowed parchment across the table. A map of the Moonstone Caverns sprawled before them, marked with symbols that matched those in Evelyn's journal. The caverns are alive, Lucian explained. Barriers of ancestral power guard the path to the Alpha Stone. They cannot be broken by force. They must be answered. Arya bent over the map, her eyes tracing the curling symbols. Recognition flared sketches she had seen in her grandmother's hand, notes she had not yet deciphered. The journal, she whispered. She drew these same markings. Kale's gaze sharpened. Then she prepared you. Arya shook her head. Prepared, perhaps. Ready? No. Dr. Solomon's voice softened. Read not as instructions, but as conversation. The barriers are not enemies. They are questions. You must answer them with truth. And if I fail? Arya asked. Kale's hand came down on the table, steady and absolute. You will not. The words struck through her like a blade. Not encouragement, not comfort, command. The meeting stretched into the afternoon, strategy woven through silence. Kale and Lucian discussed contingencies with the calm rhythm of wolves who had fought battles before, while Dr. Solomon explained the few records that remained of past trials. Arya listened, her hands clenched in her lap, her wolf stirring uneasily with every word. When the session ended, Kale dismissed the others but gestured for Arya to remain. The chamber emptied until only the two of them stood, with the fading light spilling through the windows. You doubt yourself, Kale said, his voice low. How can I not? Arya asked, her voice breaking despite her efforts. I am an apprentice at best. I cannot shift. My wolf hides from me. And you place me in the center of a trial that could decide the fate of the territories. Kale moved closer, his presence filling the space. You think strength is in the body alone, but last night, when you bound my ribs, your wolf reached for mine. She did not hide, she listened. That is strength, the kind our world has forgotten. Arya swallowed, her eyes on the floor. And if that is not enough? He lifted her chin with 2 fingers, forcing her to meet his gaze. Then we both fall. But I do not believe in falling. The heat in his eyes made her breath falter. She pulled back, clutching the journal to her chest like a shield. I will try, she whispered. You will do more than try, he said. At moonrise, you will prove what you are. When she left the chamber, the corridor seemed longer than before, the shadows deeper. Servants rushed past carrying trays for the feast, their voices a blur she did not hear. She returned to her quarters, shut the door, and fell to her knees before the journal. Her grandmother's handwriting stared back at her, patient and knowing. The quiet walker stands between worlds, not to dominate, but to heal. When the divide grows too sharp, she becomes the bridge, or all will fall into silence. Arya pressed her hand against the page until her palm ached. The words terrified her. Yet beneath the terror rose something else. Faint but steady, like the first glow of moonlight on water. She would face the caverns. She would walk the path her grandmother had foreseen. And tonight, when the moon rose, there would be no turning back. Moonrise approached with the slow precision of a blade being lifted from a sheath, and the castle responded as if it could feel the edge. Torches were lit along the lower corridors and in the courtyards that opened toward the roots of the hill. Guards shifted posts with the economy of wolves who understood that ceremony was only a thin skin stretched over danger. Arya walked through it as if through a held breath, her satchel against her hip, Evelyn's journal within, the pendant cool at her throat. Each step seemed to echo along a corridor of hours, back through the decisions that had led her from Northridge to the stone heart and forward into the earth that waited to test her. Lucian met her at the archway that descended toward the oldest part of Castle Draven. The night had dressed him in shadows that did not dim his presence. He studied her face a moment, as if to take a measure that words could not provide. Then offered an arm she did not need, but accepted for what it was, a small ritual of steadiness before descent. You will have an escort to the threshold, he said, voice low enough that only the torches would overhear. After that, you must go with the northern champion alone. Alexander Volkov, Arya said, tasting the name like iron. He did not look pleased when he was chosen. Pleased is not a necessary condition for competence, Lucian answered, nor is agreement a necessary condition for respect. The caverns do not respond to posture, they respond to truth. She took one more lungful of air touched with pine smoke and cold. Then let him lead. The stairs turned tighter and steeper as they descended, the walls growing older as the mortar gave way to fitted stone, and then to rough-hewn passages where tools had long since abandoned the pretense of shaping the earth and merely negotiated with it. The castle's polished voice faded above them. The sound of water began, distant at first, then nearer, an underground river that spoke in a tongue that did not care for politics. They came at last to a cavernous antechamber braced with ribs of blackened oak. Wolves had gathered there in their formal ranks, guards with their spears grounded, elders in their muted robes, and the delegation from the north arranged like a weather front about to break. Magnus Valor stood at their point, his gaze a shard of winter fixed on Arya as she stepped into view. The look that crossed his face when he saw the pendant was not surprise so much as recognition that had arrived a moment too soon for his liking. Kale waited near the natural arch that led deeper, his dark suit an intentional defiance of armor, his posture so controlled that only Arya would have noticed the fraction of caution that guarded his ribs. The torchlight struck the faint line along his cheekbone and turned it into a deliberate mark rather than a wound. For a heartbeat, the noise of the chamber fell away, and there was only the axis of his gaze finding hers, a point around which fear steadied. He moved toward her, and Wolves stepped aside without being asked. "You are ready," he said. "No," Arya answered, "but I am present." Something like approval moved behind his eyes. He reached for a small leather pouch and pressed it into her hand. It held nothing more deadly than chalk and twine and a flint, and yet it felt as essential as a blade. "Do not rush the dark," he said. "Let it teach you where it bends." She nodded, then found that she could not move away without saying a thing that insisted on being said. "If I fail." "If you fail," Kale said. And the words did not insult her with comfort. "We will fail after you, and then we will begin again, because that is the only answer. Failure respects." Lucian's mouth quirked, a shadow of humor that did not reach his eyes. Dr. Solomon stood behind them, his white hair a pale lamp in the torchlight. He inclined his head to Arya, and she felt the benediction in the gesture, though he spoke nothing aloud. "It is time," Magnus declared, impatience snapping like a banner in a high wind. He gestured, and Alexander Volkov stepped from the northern ranks. The warrior moved with the terrible ease of a man who had worn strength long enough that it no longer needed performance. Close, he was taller than Arya by a head and broad through the chest, his arms latticed with scars that made no apology for surviving. His eyes, the blue of ice that forms where current is swiftest, slid to the pendant and then back to her face. "Arya Sullivan," he said, flat as a slate. "Stay by my left. If the earth falls, it will likely fall to the right." "If it falls, I prefer to stand," Arya said, the reply out before she could dress it in politeness. One corner of his mouth acknowledged the answer. It was not a smile. It might one day become one, given enough time and the right weather. The assembly parted. The natural arch yawned before them, edged with quartz that caught the torchlight and scattered it into points like cold fire. The air that breathed from the passage smelled of wet stone and something older than wolves. Kale stepped nearer to the arch but did not cross it. He lifted his hand, and for a moment Arya thought he would touch her again, there in full view of their adversaries and allies. He did not. He let his hand fall, and in that restraint she heard a vow that was not for the room. At moonrise, Elder Miriam intoned, her voice full and sure as it filled the antechamber. "The trial begins. The healer and the warrior will enter. They will return before the next moonrise with the stone or without their pride, the ancestors' witness." And Atz's Afaf. The first sliver of the moon showed itself through a crack high in the stone, a narrow eye of silver. The pendant at Arya's throat cooled further, then warmed, not as heat but as pulse. She felt her wolf rise to the edge of her breathing, not to take over but to stand beside. Alexander looked once to Magnus. Whatever passed between them did not trouble his face. He stepped beneath the arch. Arya followed, her shoulder almost brushing his arm, and the world of torches and public opinion fell behind as the earth accepted them. The first passage ran narrow and gradual, cut by hands that were patient when patience had been a currency most wolves understood. Moisture gathered on the stone and fell in sporadic drops that marked time in a different way than bells do. Their torches cast a cone of light that felt less like illumination and more like a small agreement with the dark. Their steps made a sound that Arya would dream later. The soft rasp of leather on damp rock. The slow scuff of breath. The quiet jingle of the twine and flint in her pouch. "Do not speak unless you must," Alexander said after a while, voice contained. "The caverns are not empty. Sound carries. It lies sometimes." "I will listen," Arya said. They moved through chambers where stalactites hung like unmoving rain and stalagmites rose like the memory of forests. In one room, the ceiling lifted so far out of the torch's reach that the dark seemed to have no roof. In another, they had to turn sideways to pass between shoulders of stone that had grown together over centuries until only a narrow throat remained to accept them. Arya felt her breath shorten, not from exertion, but from the press of the earth's body around hers. She forced herself to lengthen it, to find the space between one breath and the next, and in that space the panic had less room to live. After what might have been an hour or might have been a lifetime if measured in heartbeats, the passage opened into a chamber edged with a low shelf of rock. The sound of water was nearer, the river's voice deeper. Alexander raised his torch and held it still. The flame leaned, then steadied. He nodded once as if the fire had answered a question. "The first gate is close," he said. "We will not see it like a door, we will feel it. If you feel pressure along your skin, stop even if I move. If you feel the pendant pulse in a way that is not your heart, speak." "How many gates?" Arya asked. "As many as you think you have lies left to tell," he answered without irony. "And as many truths as you can stand to carry." They passed beneath a stone lip that beaded water along its edge like a crown. The temperature dropped, a clean cold that breathed of deep places where light was a story told to make children sleep. The pressure began as a hum against Arya's forearms, easier to ignore than to name. Then it grew. A fine net laid over her skin that tightened when she stepped forward and loosened when she stepped back. "Here," she said, and Alexander halted without requiring argument. The pendant warmed and cooled in a deliberate rhythm, not her heart, not the river. She held it in her palm. The light from the torch caught the silver and turned the carved wolf's eyes into small moons. Symbols along its edge seemed to hold their own dim glow, the suggestion of something seen at the corner of sight. Alexander did not reach for the barrier he could not see. He set the torch in a crevice and let his hands rest at his sides. "The journal," he said. "What does it advise for a gate that hums but does not reveal?" "It advises that I do not break what is not a wall," Arya said. "It says the gates are questions asked in the language of stone. It says the wrong answer is not always a failure. Sometimes it is another question." "Then ask," he said. Arya faced the space that pushed against her like a current in a river and tried to understand what it asked. She did not command, she did not demand. She offered with the awkward grace of a student who knows how much she does not know. She lifted the pendant, not as a challenge, but as a token. "We seek passage under terms older than any of us," she said into the quiet. "I carry the mark that belongs to healers who do not take without giving. He carries the scars of a guardian who does not kill without reason. We ask not for ease. We ask for the path that belongs to balance." For a breath, nothing changed. Then the hum shifted, not without resistance, not without warning. It loosened as if a hand had unclenched. The pressure along her skin softened. Alexander stepped forward until the net tightened against his chest, and then, at her nod, he moved with her and through. The torch flame behind them did not falter. The sound of the river grew louder. They did not speak again for a long while. The path sloped gently downward. Once they waded through a channel where the water rose to Arya's knees and sucked heat from her with the greed of winter. Another time they crossed a shelf where crystals had formed along the walls, in teeth of milky white that sang very softly when the torch heat brushed them. Arya did not know if they made the sound or if her blood did. She placed her palm against them and felt a faint vibration, an agreement that nothing so breakable should be handled with impatience. They halted at a fork where one passage gaped dark and wide and the other curved away like a suggestion. Alexander lifted his torch toward the wider mouth, then stood very still. "Do you hear it?" he asked. Arya closed her eyes. The river's voice came from their left, constant and untroubled. From the right came a quieter sound, almost too low to name, like breath behind a door. Her wolf stood up inside her, ears forward. "The right," she said, surprised at the certainty that rose with the word. "The broad way wants to be chosen. The narrow way leads." It's Peter." Alexander looked at her for a heartbeat, then nodded. "Then the narrow," he said, and set his boots upon it. The walls drew close again. The floor underfoot grew more slick. Once Arya slipped and caught herself with a hand that scraped on rough stone. Blood beaded and ran along the crease of her palm before the river licked it away. The sting cleared her head better than caution. She kept her weight lower, her steps fewer in their assumptions. At last, the narrow opened into a chamber, so still that their breathing sounded immoderate. In its center rose a column of stone the height of 2 men, pitted and smooth in different places as if generations of hands had argued with it. The torchlight wrapped the column and revealed faint etchings that matched the curves in Evelyn's margins. Alexander planted the torch and stood beside her before the stone. "Another question," he said. Arya lifted the pendant. It warmed like cupped breath. She did not lay it against the column. She laid her palm there instead, blood damp along her lifeline. The stone held a deep cold that did not reject her touch so much as decline to comment. She breathed in, then out, and found the silence between. In that silence she heard not words but shapes of meaning. Threshold, claim, cost. "We will answer," she said softly, "but not now, not without rest." Alexander glanced toward the passage from which they had come. He listened, as he had said he would, to the sound that was not sound. "We can shelter here," he said. "Turn the torch to the wall so the light does not carry. We will eat and be still." They ate little. The bread tasted of flour and salt and the hands that had kneaded it. The dried meat tasted of smoke. Water from the river tasted of knives and then of nothing. Arya leaned her back against the stone and felt, through fatigue, a deep steadiness answer the tremor that lived in her legs. She did not close her eyes for long, but what flicker of sleep she allowed herself came without the cold dreams that had ruled her for 2 years. When she woke, Alexander was looking at her with the attention of a sentinel who has decided to survive alongside the person he guards rather than in spite of her. "We go on," he said quietly. "Yes," she said, and rose, and lifted the pendant that had once felt like memory, and now felt like a small living thing entrusted to her care. They took up the torch and left the chamber to its listening. The path narrowed, then widened, then narrowed again, as if the earth wished to remind them that progress is never a straight line drawn by a patient hand. Somewhere above them, the moon climbed toward its own questions. Somewhere behind them, wolves argued in halls built to magnify the weight of a voice. In the caverns, there were only hearts and stone and the old conversation between them. Arya stepped forward, and the dark, which had no reason to be kind, made a little room. The caverns deepened, folding them into silence so profound that even the sound of their breathing seemed intrusive. Each step Arya took echoed softly, as though the stone itself were listening. The pendant at her throat pulsed faintly, not in rhythm with her heartbeat, but with something older, a cadence woven into the walls. She pressed it once, feeling its cool weight against her palm, and wondered if Evelyn had walked here before her, or if she had only dreamed of such places and left the map for her granddaughter to complete. Alexander moved ahead, torch held high. The flame caught the lines of his face, hard and spare, the scar along his jaw turning pale against the shadows. He did not speak often, but when he did, his words carried the quiet authority of a man who had endured. Now he glanced back at her. "You hear something?" he asked. Arya closed her eyes. The air vibrated, not with sound, but with intent. She could feel it pressing against her wolf, testing, questioning. The second barrier, she murmured. It's close. They rounded a bend and found the path narrowing until it ended in a sheet of pale light. It was not solid like stone, but neither was it as insubstantial as air. It shimmered faintly, the color of moonlit water, filling the passage from floor to ceiling. The torchlight bent strangely around it, unable to pierce its surface. Alexander lifted the torch higher, his jaw tight. It looks fragile, he said, but I can feel it. If I tried to walk through, it would break me. Arya approached slowly, the pendant warming against her chest. She held it in her hand and felt it, answering the barrier with a subtle thrum. Evelyn's words came to her, remembered from a page she had read by candlelight. Not all doors open with strength. Some require surrender. The quiet walker yields where others push, and so the path reveals itself. Her throat tightened. Yielding was not what their world valued. Wolves were taught to fight, to claim, to dominate. To yield was to appear weak, yet she could feel the truth of her grandmother's words vibrating in her bones. I think it wants... She hesitated, then met Alexander's steady eyes. It wants us to trust. Trust? He raised a brow. Not in ourselves, in each other. She extended her hand, palm open, trembling slightly. We walk through together. If one of us resists, the barrier will reject us both. For a long moment, he said nothing. Then he set the torch into a crack in the wall, its light bending oddly in the shimmering glow, and reached for her hand. His grip was firm, warm, and surprisingly steady. If this is a trick, Sullivan, I'll curse your bloodline in my next life. If it is, Arya whispered, then my bloodline deserves it. Was it? They stepped forward. The light resisted at first, pressing against her skin like cold water. She flinched, and the barrier shivered in response, tightening around them. Alexander's grip did not falter. Breathe, he said simply. Arya inhaled slowly, remembering the lesson Celine had taught her in the healer's wing. The silence between breaths, the calm in the pause. She exhaled, soft and steady, and with it she let go of fear, of the need to control, of the instinct to fight. She yielded. The barrier softened at once, its resistance easing into welcome. The shimmer wrapped around them, cold as snowmelt, but not cruel. Together they passed through, the light dissolving behind them like mist at dawn. On the other side, the air felt warmer, the stone beneath their feet smoother. Arya released Alexander's hand slowly, surprised by the reluctance that brushed her skin. You were right, he said, voice low, almost grudging. Trust. Our force. It is not my strength, she replied, her wolf stirring beneath her skin. It is the only thing I have left. They moved on. The passages wound deeper, the air heavy with damp earth and ancient secrets. At times, the silence pressed so hard against them that Arya thought she could hear her grandmother's voice in it, faint and insistent. Do not mistake stillness for emptiness. The caverns are alive, and they remember. Hours passed, or what felt like hours, for time unraveled in the dark. They ate little, drank from the river when it crossed their path and pressed forward. Their torches burned lower. When the third barrier appeared, it did not shine or hum. Instead, the path ended in a wall of stone carved with spirals, each groove filled with faintly glowing moss. Alexander frowned. This one looks solid. Arya stepped closer, pressing her palm to the cool surface. She felt nothing, no hum, no resistance, only silence. But when she closed her eyes, she heard whispers, faint as the rustle of leaves. Not in words, but in questions. Who are you? What do you carry? Why do you walk here? Her wolf pressed against her chest, restless but eager. The pendant warmed again, urging her toward honesty. I am Arya Sullivan, she said aloud, her voice trembling. I carry the blood of the quiet walkers, though I do not yet understand it. I have walked in silence because I feared my wolf was too weak, but I am still here. I still walk. The spirals flared faintly at her words. She turned to Alexander. It needs your truth, too. He stiffened, his face hardening as though she had asked him to bear a wound. But after a long moment, he stepped forward, laying his scarred hand against the stone. "I am Alexander Volkov," he said, his voice like gravel. "I carry scars and loyalty, and doubts I have never spoken aloud. I walk here because my alpha demands it, but I stay because I will not see my mate and our unborn child live in a world that despises their blood." The moss glowed bright, light flooding the spirals until the whole wall shimmered. With a low rumble, the stone parted down the center, revealing a path beyond. Arya stared at him, her chest aching with the weight of his confession. He did not look at her, his jaw set, but she heard the truth in his voice and felt the cavern's acknowledgement of it. Together, they stepped through into the deeper dark. And though the path ahead was still long, Arya felt, for the first time since she had entered the caverns, that her wolf walked beside her, not behind. The path narrowed until their shoulders brushed damp stone, the rock cold enough to pull heat from bone. Ahead, the torch flame drew a thin line along the air, shivering as if the darkness breathed. Arya kept one hand on the wall to steady herself, fingers slipping over veins of quartz that rose and sank like a pulse beneath skin. She could feel the caverns listening again, a patient attention that was neither welcoming nor hostile, only intent on their answers. The pendant against her throat matched that attention with a slow thrum, less a heartbeat than the measured strike of a pendulum. They had passed the wall of spirals and the barrier of light that yielded to shared breath. What waited now did not declare itself. It withdrew. The tunnel became a series of decisions disguised as corners, each bend borrowing the torch and giving back a different shade of shadow. Alexander paused at the first junction where darkness split into two nearly identical mouths. "The right slopes down more sharply," he said, crouching to touch the stone. "Water runs there when the river swells. The left is drier, but the ceiling drops low." Arya closed her eyes, tasting the air. The left smelled of chalk and dust that had not moved in a long time. The right carried a trace of minerals and something metallic, like a coin warmed by a hand. Her wolf lifted its head inside her, ears straining toward the faintest hint of running water. "The right," she said. "It listens forward. The other folds back on itself." He did not argue. They turned into the sharper slope, and the floor soon slicked beneath their boots. The stone cut into long, shallow ridges by water that had insisted for centuries. In places, the river had chewed out small pockets where clear pools rested with their surfaces as smooth as glass. The torch showed strange worlds inside them, stalactites and arches reflected and inverted until up and down traded roles. They moved with care. At one shelf, the stone tilted unexpectedly, and Alexander's foot slid, his weight dropping into a shallow twist that made a sound she recognized far too well. Not a break, a protest. A joint reminding flesh it could be taken for granted only so many times. He caught himself with one hand and stilled, jaw tight. The smell of pain changed the air by a degree no one else would have noticed. "Ankle," Arya said, already reaching for the torch bracketed in his hand. "Let me see." "Even." "We have to keep moving," he answered. But he did not pull away when she guided him to a ledge that would hold both of them. He set the torch where its cone of light would not blind them and extended his leg without drama. The leather of his boot was damp and stained. She pressed along the bones, then the tendons, testing for the places where heat gathered like anger and where swelling pressed outward. "Not torn," she murmured. "Not clean either. If you keep the weight wrong, it will take its revenge when we most need you steady." She unwound a strip of linen from her satchel and warmed it against the inside of her wrist, then bound the joint with a wrap that took into account the way he placed his foot and the range he would need for uneven ground. As she worked, she let her other hand hover, palm open above the inflamed tissue without touching, offering quiet rather than command. The pendant answered with a warmth that spread along her forearm and pooled in her fingers. She did not speak to the injury, not aloud. She listened for the way it wished to be held, and closed the binding at an angle that allowed movement without invitation to further harm. Alexander studied her face, not intrusively, but with the focus of a man repairing a weapon by firelight and wanting to understand the hands that made the repair. "You do not force it," he said. "Force is a short road with a long cost," she replied, and the sentence sounded so much like Eveline that her breath caught in her throat. She cut the linen and smoothed the final fold. "Stand slowly. Your body will try to lie to you for the first few steps. Do not let the lie decide the rest." He obeyed, testing weight, correcting the instinct to protect too fiercely. When he nodded, almost to himself, they moved on. The slope deepened. Somewhere ahead, the river made a new sound. Not louder, but nearer, the kind of nearness that suggests a crossing. The tunnel opened and the world widened so abruptly that Arya's breath left her. The ceiling soared until the torch could not find it. The floor fell away to a shore of shingle around which a dark current curved with the patience of mountains. Along the far wall, a lace of stone balconies hung like frozen waves, each fringe set with crystals that drank the torchlight and returned it in 1,000 pale threads. They approached the edge. The water was clear for the first arm's length, then turned to ink, the depth inscrutable. The current did not roar. It spoke in a low voice that argued with the rocks, and then forgot the argument and went on. "There will not be a bridge," Alexander said. "If there were, it would be the wrong one." As inks, "Agreed," Arya answered, stepping along the shoreline to find where the current eased. The pendant cooled and warmed as she moved, not in warning but in acknowledgement, like a hand on a shoulder directing her slightly to the left, slightly to the right. At a place where the stones grew larger and the shore narrowed, the pressure against her skin shifted, the kind of shift that happens when a door chooses to be a door instead of a wall. "Here," she said, and the river disagreed at once by lifting small waves to lap over the stones. Alexander tested the first step with the butt of the extinguished torch, then shook his head. "Too deep. The current is stronger than it shows. It will take us off our feet by the third stride." Arya's eyes found the crystal fringe above, the faint lines of old watermarks along the walls, the places where the river had once been higher or lower. She closed her eyes and placed the pendant against her palm. The wolf etched into the silver was cool and certain. The cavern's attention gathered. Not a question, this time, an expectation. "It is not asking us to walk through," she said slowly. "It is asking for an answer it can carry." He frowned, not with disbelief, but with the kind of patience she valued. "Explain." "Stone remembers. Water remembers differently. It does not hold. It repeats. If we give it what it needs to repeat, it will carry us across without noticing we are among the pattern." "What do we give it?" he asked. "Breath," she said. "Cadence, a rhythm that belongs here and not to our fear." She knelt and set the torch aside, then dipped her fingers into the edge of the current, counting softly in her head, not numbers, but the spaces between the numbers, the way Celine had taught her to measure silence. The river surface answered with tiny shivers where ripples met and parted. She matched them with a tap of her fingers against her knee until the movement felt less like imitation and more like joining. "Now," she said, rising. "Step when I step, not fast, not slow. On this beat, do not fight the water. Keep your knees bent enough to listen." If he found the instruction absurd, he did not say it. He nodded once and stepped with her, the two of them moving into the current as if into a piece of music they had learned separately and were now performing together. The first cold clenched her calves like a fist. The second cold climbed and loosened at her command when she exhaled on the beat. The stones were slick but not treacherous, not if treated as partners rather than enemies. She felt the current test, their shins press their thighs, then lighten as the bottom rose again. For a suspended moment midstream, the water took the choice out of their feet and carried them one half step beyond what they would have taken. She did not correct. She adjusted the cadence. The pendant warmed, as if acknowledging a measure met, and the river set them down. Stones rose. The pull let go. They stepped onto the far shore, with breath unbroken. Alexander stood still for 3 long breaths, then looked at her with astonishment that had no room for pride. I have crossed a great many rivers, he said. I have never been carried by one that did not first try to kill me. Most things try to kill what they do not understand, Arya said, and only after she said it did she realize how much of their world the sentence contained. They did not linger. The passage beyond the river narrowed into a throat of basalt, smooth and dark, and the air cooled further. The torch did not light the stone. Its flame narrowed and hissed, as if oxygen were a debt it had to beg for. Arya felt the pendant cool until it was nearly icy. The wolf inside her shifted, impatient, not with the path, but with something beneath it. The next gate, Alexander said, voice soft to spare the air. What shape will absence take? They found it where the floor ended without warning. The torch showed only a lip of rock and then black that was not water. Sound dropped into it and did not return. Arya lay on her belly and inched forward until the edge pressed her ribs. The torchlight sketched a ledge across the gap on the far side, too far to jump and too smooth to catch a thrown line. There is no span, Alexander said, crouching beside her. No handholds, no seam. Arya drew back and sat, the stone stealing heat through her clothes. She set the pendant in her open palm. There was no hum, no answering throb, only an emptiness that was not ominous so much as absolute. The caverns waited as a teacher waits when a student stops reciting rules and begins to think. She remembered Evelyn's small, fierce script on a page near the journal's back. A threshold is not always a place you cross. Sometimes it is a place you become. She looked at the gap again, then at the ledge beyond, then closed her eyes and sought the silence. Celine had taught her to survive. The wolf within stepped forward, and for the first time in years, did not stop at the thicket's edge. It came to the clearing. It stood with her. When I say so, Arya said, opening her eyes, put the torch out. Alexander turned his head slowly toward her. Why? Because the gate is absence, she said. Light makes it deeper. We need the dark to see. He made a quiet sound that might have been a curse and might have been agreement, then lifted 2 fingers. Ready. She took a breath that touched the base of her spine and said, Now. He pinched the flame, quick and sure. The darkness fell like a cloth. For one heartbeat, Arya's body thought it was dying. Then other senses climbed to the surface. The air moved across the gap in faint threads. Beyond, where the ledge waited, there was a whisper of colder current. The stone beneath her palms held a thin seam invisible to sight, running not forward but sideways, a line of slightly rougher grit that extended along the wall. Left, she whispered. There is a path along the edge. Narrow, but it will hold if we keep our weight close and our hands on the seam. Do not light the torch. It will erase the map. They moved by touch and breath. The seam was barely wide enough to feel beneath their fingertips, but it remained, an old handrail worn by other bodies that had found it in other nights. Arya kept her cheek near the wall to sense the minute changes in air where the void pushed back. Twice her boot slid, and she caught herself with a palm that burned, skin rasped thin by stone. Alexander's bound ankle held, not with arrogance, but with obedience to the bargain she had made on its behalf. They inched and pressed and leaned and did not fall. When at last her right hand found an angle that turned inward instead of outward, she reached for his wrist and guided it there, then pulled them both onto the far ledge, where the floor returned with sudden generosity. They sat in the dark, breathing, the sound of their lungs enormous in the absence of everything else. After a moment, Alexander said, If you ask me to light it again, I will. Wait, she murmured, and held the pendant up between her hands. In the dark, its edges cooled the heat of her fingers. Then, slowly, without show, a faint light gathered around the carved wolf's eyes, the palest suggestion, like frost catching the first hint of dawn. It did not push the dark away. It allowed them to see where their hands were, where their feet might go. You are full of quiet treacheries, Alexander said, and there was rough admiration threaded through the words, the kind that changed the ground and leave the sky the same. They did not speak again until the pendant's small light led them back into a passage that accepted a torch without complaint. When Alexander sparked it to life with the flint from Kale's pouch, the flame rose willingly. The tunnel bent left, then right, and the air warmed by degrees that made joints thank the heat without words. The next chamber announced itself, with a glow that did not belong to fire. Bioluminescent veils hung from the ceiling in long curtains, each strand a chain of beads that answered even the smallest motion with a deepening of light. The floor held shallow depressions where water had once pooled and then withdrawn, leaving behind lacework of mineral crust that crackled underfoot. Arya stepped between the veils, careful not to brush them more than necessary. The pendant lay quiet now, content. At the chamber's heart stood a pillar of stone threaded with veins of blue crystal that pulsed in time with something beyond the room, something that made her tongue taste the electric tang of approaching storm. Not danger. Arrival. Alexander came to stand beside her, close enough that the heat of his shoulder communicated a wordless solidarity. "We are near," he said. And for the first time, the certainty in his voice matched the certainty in hers. "Near," Arya echoed and laid her palm against the pillar. The stone did not speak. It listened. It listened to the cadence that had carried them across a river, to the seam they had followed in darkness, to the bargain she had made with injury, and the truth he had given to a wall that asked who he was. It listened, and in the listening she heard her grandmother's voice, not as a memory, but as a line that had finally reached the page it was meant for. Between one heartbeat and the next, Arya understood that the caverns had never been a maze designed to trick them. They were a mirror. Every question they had answered had been a question they had asked of themselves without daring to wait for the reply. The realization steadied her in a way no promise of safety could. "We go on," she said. "We go on," Alexander agreed, and together they stepped through the last curtain of light into a corridor where the air trembled with the promise of what waited beyond. The corridor carried them forward like the throat of a great beast, each step leading deeper into a pulse that seemed to echo from the earth itself. The torchlight wavered, caught by veins of crystal threaded through the stone, glowing faintly blue as if some hidden river of lightning ran beneath their feet. Arya's wolf stirred uneasily, but did not retreat, its presence pressing close as though bracing for what was to come. Alexander moved with his usual silence, his torch arm steady despite the strain of hours. Yet Arya could see the stiffness in his gait, the subtle weight he shifted away from his injured ankle. He endured without complaint, but his endurance did not fool her. Every healer knows the cost of ignoring wounds, and she could feel the whisper of it in the air around him. "You need rest," she said quietly. "We do not have time," he replied. "Time will take itself if we fall," Arya countered. She placed her hand lightly on his arm, forcing him to pause. Even stone breaks when the pressure is constant. For a moment his eyes, cold and sharp, softened. He did not argue further. They sat at the base of the wall where the crystals gleamed. Arya drew a flask of water from her satchel and handed it to him. He drank in silence, then passed it back. When she reached for his ankle to check the binding, he gave a short huff of amusement. "You do not ask permission," he said. "You would not give it," she answered, and began unwinding the linen. The swelling had lessened, her earlier work holding well, but fatigue had left its mark. She pressed carefully, her wolf whispering guidance beneath her skin, lending her hands a steadiness she had never claimed as her own. Alexander did not flinch. "You remind me of her," he said suddenly. Arya glanced up, startled. "Who?" "My mate, Leora. She speaks softly but insists in ways that cannot be denied. When I see you, I remember her telling me I was wrong." A faint ghost of a smile touched his mouth. It was never easy to hear, but it was always true. Arya tied the bandage again, her fingers lingering a moment on the knot. "Then perhaps truth is another kind of healing. Or another kind of wound," he murmured. They rose again, pressing deeper into the cavern. The air grew warmer, thicker, carrying a metallic tang that clung to Arya's tongue. The pendant against her chest pulsed sharply, urging her forward. She quickened her pace, compelled by instinct, until the passage spilled suddenly into a vast chamber. Arya stopped, her breath catching. The space was immense, its ceiling lost in shadows, its walls alive with crystals that glowed faintly like captive stars. At the center of the chamber rose a column of stone carved smooth by time, and atop it rested the Alpha Stone. It was larger than she had imagined, a crystal heart the size of her 2 fists, its surface swirling with light as if clouds and fire had been captured within. Its glow reached every corner of the chamber, bathing the air in a pale radiance that made the torch seem weak. Alexander inhaled sharply. "The Alpha Stone," he said. "We found it." "Is Lichter was fine live take." Arya's wolf pressed so strongly against her chest she thought it might break free. She stepped forward, drawn as though pulled by gravity. But when she neared the column, the air thickened, resistance pressing against her skin like a wall. She stopped, placing her hand out. The barrier was invisible but undeniable, thrumming with power. Alexander tested it with his palm. The resistance shoved him back, hard enough to stagger. His jaw clenched. "Too strong. It will not allow me." "And what is—" Arya closed her eyes. She could feel the question again, deeper than words, resonating in her bones. "Who are you? Why do you seek? What truth do you carry?" Her grandmother's journal had spoken of this moment. She remembered the line underlined twice in Evelyn's hand. "The heart of the caverns does not yield to strength. It yields to truth, spoken without disguise." She drew a trembling breath. "It asks for confession," she whispered. Alexander turned toward her, his face unreadable. "Then speak it." Arya stepped closer to the barrier, her pendant burning against her chest. She laid her hand upon the invisible wall, feeling its hum. Her voice trembled at first, but steadied as the words poured from her. "I am Arya Sullivan, last of Red Moon. I have hidden from my wolf because I feared she was too quiet, too gentle, too weak for a world that worships ferocity. I believed survival was enough, but I was wrong. I am not meant to fade, I am meant to listen, to bridge what others would destroy." The barrier flickered, its resistance easing slightly. The Alpha Stone glowed brighter, responding to her words. She turned to Alexander. "It needs you too." For a moment he hesitated, the silence stretching. Then he stepped forward, setting both hands against the barrier. His voice was rough, torn from somewhere deep. "I am Alexander Volkov, son of the North. I have obeyed orders I did not believe in because loyalty demanded it. I have fought battles that should never have been fought, and I have stayed silent when I should have spoken. I walk this trial because my Alpha commands it. But I stay because I will not see my mate and our child condemned for their blood. My truth is that I no longer believe in purity. I believe in survival, in love, in the future they deserve." The barrier pulsed once, twice, then dissolved like mist in sunlight. The way to the Alpha Stone lay open. Arya's chest ached as she approached the column. Together, she and Alexander reached for the stone. Their fingers brushed its surface at the same time, and light exploded outward, filling the chamber in a blinding surge. Arya cried out, stumbling back, but when her vision cleared, she was no longer in the cavern. She stood in a misted space, her wolf before her in full form for the first time since that terrible night 2 years ago. Pale silver, eyes deep blue, the wolf stared at her with quiet strength. "It is time," the wolf whispered, not with sound, but with certainty. Arya's tears blurred her sight. "I was afraid of you," she admitted, afraid of what it meant to be different. The wolf stepped closer until their breaths mingled. "Different is not weak. Different is needed. We are one, Arya. We have always been one." When the mist faded, Arya found herself once more in the cavern, her hand resting firmly on the Alpha Stone. The crystal pulsed in rhythm with her heart. Alexander stood beside her, his hand still on the surface, his expression transformed by something she did not yet understand. The stone glowed steadily, as if it had accepted them both. And Arya knew with absolute certainty they had passed the true test. For a long moment, the chamber held its breath with them, as if the earth itself were astonished that two small lives could change the tenor of its oldest questions. Light from the Alpha Stone threaded through the crystal veins in the walls and returned as 1,000 softened pulses, a constellation answering its star. Arya kept her palm upon the crystal until the cadence of its glow matched the steadier rhythm that had at last settled inside her. Her wolf did not stand apart now. It stood within, quiet and entire, not a separate will pressing against hers, but a shape that completed the space where fear had lived. Alexander withdrew his hand first, testing the air as a soldier tests silence after battle. He did not speak. His breath came even. His gaze cut once across the chamber and back to Arya, and in that pass she read what had altered. Not allegiance, that would always belong to the North until choice or consequence wrenched it aside. What had altered was refusal. He could no longer refuse what he had seen. He could no longer call the old lies by their old names and pretend they were truths. Arya slid the satchel strap from her shoulder and eased the bag open. She had brought no velvet-lined reliquary, no carved box blessed by elders. She brought what she had always carried, leather worn to the shape of her hands, a length of linen, a cord of braided flax. Reverence can be simple. She wrapped the Alpha Stone as she would wrap a wound that needed to be kept clean and warm, and even as the linen dimmed the crystal's radiance, the light did not disappear. It moved inward, a steadiness rather than a display. She bound the wrap with the flax cord and lifted the bundle. It was heavier than her first hope and lighter than her first fear. Its weight asked to be respected, not dramatized. The caverns will not repeat the same questions, Alexander said quietly. They never do. Ollie. No, Arya answered. They ask if we remember what we answered. They began the return with bodies that knew fatigue and a steadiness that did not pretend fatigue could be ignored. The bioluminescent veils dimmed when they passed, as if conserving their glow for travelers still to come. At the lip of the absence they had crossed by touch, Arya stood long enough to let that memory rise. She did not ask Alexander to snuff the torch. She set her palm against the wall until her fingers found the rough seam again, then stepped to the edge and felt the air with her face. The void did not pull as hungrily now. The seam was easier to follow because she no longer rushed against it. They moved along, slow and near, and the far ledge came like an exhale. At the river, the current argued with their calves more fiercely than before. Arya adjusted the cadence, a fraction slower, breath carried on a different beat, and the water's insistence altered to match. When her boot slipped into a trough that had not existed an hour earlier, Alexander's hand closed on her forearm and steadied her with a pressure that spoke of partnership rather than rescue. She reached the far stones with water biting at her thighs and laughter small and startled in her throat at the way fear sometimes pretends to be a god and dissolves like foam when named. They stopped once in a narrow passage to eat. Bread, smoked dark meat, a piece of dried fruit that broke open like a fragment of summer. Arya cradled the wrapped stone in her lap while she chewed, unwilling to set it on the damp floor, unwilling to hold it higher than the level of a heart. Alexander studied the bundle with the attention of a father, learning the measurements of a newborn's breathing. His hand rose as if to touch the linen, then lowered. "What did you see?" he asked at last, voice low, not demanding. "My wolf," Arya said. "As she is, not as fear told me she must be. Quiet, certain, not a blade, not a trumpet, a bridge." Her mouth shaped a wry line. "I do not know how to lead anyone across a river, but I know now I can stand long enough for two banks to stop being enemies." He nodded, the motion more thoughtful than satisfied. "I saw my child," he said, "not as blood to be judged, but as a future that did not ask my permission to arrive." When they rose, his ankle bore his weight with less resentment. At the chamber where the wall of spirals had parted for their truths, the carvings glowed faintly as they approached, then dimmed to a patient sleep when they passed. The curtain of light that had required trust yielded without resistance when their shoulders brushed. The first gate, the hum laid over skin like a net, lifted for them as if recognizing a scent. The earth changed its mind about distance in the final stretch. What had taken hours to enter seemed to release them in a fraction of that, the way grief sometimes compresses time and then unspools it without warning. Cold air thinned into something cleaner. Sound returned in layers. A drip, distant but real. The scuff of their boots expanding into a hall that did not press back. A murmur not of water but of voices. They reached the natural arch, where the antechamber waited and halted under its shadow. Arya felt the bundle in her arms grow heavier, not in substance but in consequence. She thought of Kale's hand almost lifting in the hall and not quite touching, the restraint that had said more than claim could have said. She thought of Celine's warning that symbols made you valuable and value made you vulnerable. She drew one breath to the bottom of her lungs and stepped into the torchlight. Noise hit them first, the sound of wolves who had filled hours with argument and now found their arguments threatened by fact. Conversations broke, boots scraped, the elders' robes whispered. Guards shifted, spears grounded. Magnus Valor did not move. He stood like a carved pillar whose stone had been chosen for severity. His eyes narrowed, not at Arya, not at Alexander, but at the shape the linen made beneath her arms. Kale crossed the floor without haste. He did not smile. He did not speak the triumph out loud. He stopped in front of Arya and looked not at her face, but at her hands. "May I?" he asked, because asking is a way of teaching a room who must be asked. She loosened the cord and drew back the linen to reveal the heart of crystal. The Alpha Stone answered the fresher air with a gentler light, as if it understood how much display a crowded chamber could bear, before fear called it blasphemy. Kale laid his fingertips on the stone and closed his eyes. A current moved through the room that even those with dull senses felt. A thrum that ran along bones and folded muscle into a brief, perfect accord. Elder Miriam's voice steadied that accord into words. The trial of integration has been met. The Alpha King's healer and the Northern Champion have returned with the stone. Magnus took one step forward, then another, until he stood within the circle of light cast by the torches and the crystal together. He did not touch the stone. He bent his head the width of a breath, a gesture that could be read as respect or calculation. When he raised his eyes, anger lived there, disciplined into a colder shape. "Stone is stone," he said. "Illusions can be made by hands that hunger for power. I will not have the North's fate tied to a trick." Kale did not turn his head. "You brought a champion. You brought witnesses. You brought your certainty that we would fail. You will now bring your agreement." "You demand too much," Magnus answered. "I demand only what you demanded," Kale said. "You invoked strength as arbiter. I invoked balance. The old ways accepted my invocation. The caverns agreed. If you deny the witness you chose, you declare yourself outside the very tradition you claim to defend." Lucian's silence beside his brother carried force. Dr. Solomon's gaze held a calm that did not dilute its warning. Darius, near the guards, stood with his weight aligned for trouble not yet named. Seraphine watched as if memorizing who blinked first, the way a historian chooses which breath began a war on the page. Alexander stepped forward then, placing himself shoulder to shoulder with Arya, without asking if the gesture would be welcome. He faced Magnus with the steadiness of a man who had spent his courage wisely and had a little left for what mattered most. "I walked the caverns," he said. "I placed my hand upon that crystal. If you call it trickery, you call me a fool or a liar. I am neither." The line of Magnus's mouth altered by the smallest measure. He had counted on victory or failure loud enough to weaponize. He had not counted on a testimony that refused to bend toward either, and instead named a cost he could not pay without breaking his own spine. He looked past Alexander, past Arya, to Kale, and what passed between the two alphas was not a truce, not even a treaty. It was the brief, bright flare of recognition that enemies share when the battlefield proves smaller than the world. "The North will consider," he said at last. Every word a spar held under ice. "We will answer at dawn." "Dawn is generous," Kale replied. "Be sure you do not squander it." Magnus turned. The northern alphas gathered behind him like mountains shifting across a valley, and they left the antechamber with steps that pretended patience and smelled of smoke. The murmurs surged at their backs, fragments of accusation and praise, fear and relief. Arya stood very still, the linen corners gathered again around the crystal, the cord tied with a knot her grandmother would have approved. Kale's attention returned to her. He did not reach for the stone again. He reached for her wrist and touched the silver band there. A single contact that asked and answered a private question. "You kept your promise," he said. "I kept mine," she replied. "Now keep yours." He inclined his head. "I will." It fried. Lucian moved to take the wrapped crystal, but Arya held it a fraction longer. The pendant warmed against her throat, a quiet counsel. She released the bundle into Lucian's hands and felt the small grief that comes when something entrusted passes from your keeping to another's. "Doctor," Solomon stepped forward with a case lined in dark cloth and lowered the stone into it with the tenderness of an archivist putting history to bed. The elders began the formal words that would close the rite. Guards relaxed without relaxing. Darius lifted his chin at Arya from across the torches, a signal that contained respect and a promise of new duties. Seraphine approached as the circle loosened, her voice pitched for Arya's ears alone. "You crossed," the envoy said. "That will change everything, and it will change nothing. Be ready for both." "I am tired of choosing between them," Arya said. "Then choose both," Seraphine answered, and drifted away like a flame that refuses to declare itself fire. Kale's palm hovered as if to guide Arya toward the corridor that would return her to the world of rooms and doors. He did not touch her. He did not need to. She walked, and the castle, which had felt like a beast holding its breath, exhaled. They had returned with proof in cloth and crystal. They had returned with proof written into the bodies that carried it. Outside, the night thinned toward its palest hour. Dawn would come, and with it the North's answer, and whatever price answers ask. Arya lifted her face to the draft that flowed through the stone ribs of the passage. Somewhere above, the city slept and pretended safety. Somewhere within, the old walls remembered trials older than kings. Her wolf stood at her shoulder, quiet and certain. She did not know yet how to be a bridge in a world that made a sport of burning them, but she knew this. She would not move from the span while others crossed. Not now, not again. The castle did not sleep that night. Though torches burned low and feasting had long since dwindled, the corridors thrummed with muted urgency, the shuffle of guards moving to double their posts, the quiet hiss of whispered reports carried from one chamber to another. Arya lay awake on the narrow bed in her healer's quarters, the Alpha Stone's faint glow still alive behind her closed eyes, even though it no longer rested in her hands. Every time she turned her head on the pillow, she could almost feel its weight again, the warmth of its pulse sinking to her own. Her wolf did not retreat into silence as it had for years. It stayed near, watchful, pressing against her chest like a second heartbeat. In the stillness between bells, she finally understood what Eveline had meant when she wrote of liminal spaces, the fragile threads between dark and dawn, breath and silence, fear and decision. It was in these thresholds, she realized, that her wolf waited, not in weakness but in patience. At the first silver of light along the horizon, a knock sounded. Corvin Hale, grim and precise as ever, filled the doorway. "The Alpha King requests your presence in the council chamber," he said. His tone carried neither warmth nor hostility, only duty honed to steel. Arya dressed quickly in the white and silver healer's robes that had been left for her, fastening the pendant beneath the high collar so that its glow would not draw more eyes than necessary. She followed Corvin through the waking corridors where servants lit candles and soldiers tightened their grips on spears. The whole castle seemed to wait for an answer that had not yet come. The council chamber looked different, in daylight. Sunlight poured through the high windows, illuminating the carved map across the great oak table. Chaos stood at its head, as he always did, Lucian at his right shoulder. Darius Volkner lingered near the wall with a posture that promised readiness, while Seraphine Vale leaned elegantly against the edge of a chair, her eyes calculating. Doctor. Solomon sat with his hands folded, calm as stone weathered by centuries. Kale's gaze found Arya at once. You will remain, he said, his voice carrying through the chamber like iron wrapped in velvet. Whatever comes of Magnus's answer, you were part of the trial. You will stand as witness. She inclined her head, though her stomach coiled. Her presence here was no longer simply tolerated, it was demanded. That demand carried a weight she was still learning to bear. Moments later, the doors opened. Magnus Valor entered, flanked by two of the Northern Alphas. His eyes swept the chamber like cold flame, resting briefly on Arya before dismissing her as though she were a detail of little consequence, yet the tightening of his jaw betrayed otherwise. The North has considered, Magnus said, voice low but carrying. We do not deny what was achieved in the caverns. The stone was brought forth. Our champion spoke his truth. Balance was demanded, and balance was given. For this reason, we will not withdraw from the territories. What? Relief stirred in the room like a soft wind through leaves, but Magnus lifted a hand, silencing it. But, he continued, we will not accept your progress without caution. We demand greater influence within the council. The voices of the North must carry equal weight to yours. If you wish unity, you will share power. Lucian's jaw tightened. Seraphine's brows arched faintly, amusement flickering in her eyes at the boldness of the demand. Darius shifted, a rumble building in his chest, though he did not speak. Kale did not move for a long moment. Then he said, You speak of equality. Very well, the North will have greater presence. But know this, equality binds both ways. You will not only share power, you will share responsibility. If you demand a voice, you will answer for the consequences of that voice. Magnus's eyes narrowed. You bind us with words. I bind us with truth, Kale said. Balance is not a prize. It is a burden we carry together. Silence fell, the kind that stretches like a taut rope. Then Magnus inclined his head, stiff and unwilling. So be it. The formalities ended quickly after. The Northern Alphas withdrew, leaving their tension behind like smoke that clings to stone. When the door shut, the council chamber exhaled. You gave them more than they deserve, Darius muttered. I gave them rope, Kale answered, eyes still fixed on the table. They will decide whether to weave with it or hang by it. Arya remained quiet, her gaze on the carved map beneath Kyle's hands. The lines of the territories stretched outward, fragile and vast. She wondered if Eveline had foreseen this moment too, the fragile alliance, the stone still pulsing faintly in its reliquary, the weight of an empire balanced on choices too delicate for brute strength. Kale looked up at her suddenly. You kept the caverns from devouring us, he said, his voice pitched low enough that only those nearest could hear. Do not mistake silence for invisibility. You are seen, Arya Sullivan, by me, by them, by the ancestors themselves. Her breath caught, her wolf pressing close inside her chest. She lowered her gaze quickly, afraid of what might show in her eyes. When she left the chamber, the pendant burned faintly against her skin, as if to remind her that being seen was not safety, but another trial altogether. And in her bones, she knew the true test had only just begun. The day passed like a shadow stretched too thin. The council had adjourned, yet the tension did not lift. It only scattered into corners and corridors, whispering in the mouths of servants and lingering in the wary eyes of guards. By nightfall, the castle felt heavy, as though its walls absorbed not only history but unease. Arya lingered in her garden, the fountain's steady rhythm, a poor shield against the weight of what had been spoken in the council chamber. She pressed her palm against the cool stone of the basin, trying to anchor herself in something unmoving. Her wolf stirred uneasily, restless since Magnus's departure. It prowled within her like a creature testing the edges of its cage, not because it was afraid, but because it knew something waited. Arya had learned to listen to such restlessness. It was never without reason. The knock came just as the last candlelight dimmed across the courtyard. She turned, expecting Corvin's severe silhouette or perhaps Lucian's familiar calm. Instead, Seraphine Vale slipped into the garden, her robe trailing lightly, her eyes sharp with intent. "You should not walk alone after council," Seraphine said, her voice silk laid over steel. Arya straightened. "Do you think I am in danger?" "I think you are important," Seraphine replied, moving closer. "And importance attracts teeth. Some bite to wound, others to test, and some to claim." The envoy's gaze flicked to the pendant hidden beneath Arya's collar. "You wear more than a symbol. There are those who will want it. There are others who will want to silence the one who carries it." "Months." Arya met her eyes steadily. "Are you warning me or threatening me?" Seraphine's smile was enigmatic. "Perhaps both. Court is not a place of pure motives. You will learn that soon enough." Before Arya could answer, the sound of boots echoed in the corridor beyond. Corvin appeared, flanked by 2 guards, his expression as impassive as carved stone. His gaze swept Seraphine, then fixed on Arya. "The Alpha King requests your presence," he said. Seraphine inclined her head, lips curving faintly. "Then we will speak another time." She drifted away, leaving behind the faint trace of perfume and warning. Corvin led Arya through torchlit passages to a private wing she had not yet seen. The chamber he opened for her was smaller than the council hall, but no less imposing. Maps littered the table, weighted by knives instead of stones. Kale stood at the window, the night wind lifting strands of his dark hair. He did not turn immediately when she entered. "You are late," he said quietly. "I was in the garden," she replied. "And Seraphine found you." His tone was not surprised. He turned then, his eyes shadowed but sharp. "Be careful of her. She speaks truth, but always with purpose. Never give her more than you intend." Arya nodded. "Why have you called me here?" Kale gestured toward the table. "Because Magnus is not finished. He agreed to stay within the territories, but he left with the certainty that he could bend me. He will test again, and soon. The question is how and who he will use." Arya's gaze fell to the maps. The northern borders were marked in deep red ink, lines of tension traced like veins. She traced them lightly with her finger. "If he does not strike you directly, he will strike where you are weakest." Kayal's mouth curved, though it was not a smile. "And where am I weakest, healer?" She hesitated, then lifted her eyes to his. "You guard the realm with iron, but you bear your wounds in silence. You call that strength. He will call it opportunity." For a moment, silence stretched, heavy with words unsaid. Then Kale stepped closer, his presence filling the space between them. "And you," he murmured, "would have me bear every weakness to you." Arya swallowed, her heart racing. "Not to me, to yourself. A healer can only touch what is acknowledged. If you hide your wounds, you deny both of us the chance to mend them." His gaze locked onto hers, dark and unreadable. The torchlight painted his cheekbone, the line of the healed cut stark against his skin. "You speak boldly. I speak truth," she whispered. For the first time, his hand lifted, not in command, not in restraint, but in something like question. His fingers brushed the pendant beneath her collar, the touch light, almost reverent. "This," he said, "is both shield and target. Do not forget that. The more it glows, the more wolves will hunt you." The pendant burned faintly beneath his touch, as if echoing his words. Arya's wolf pressed forward, restless but steady. She held his gaze and said, "Then let them hunt. I will not run." A rare flicker of surprise crossed his face. Then, slowly, Kale let his hand fall. "Rest tonight. Tomorrow we speak with the council again. And when Magnus makes his next move, you will stand beside me." Arya inclined her head, but inside her heart thundered. Standing beside him meant standing in the fire, and she could not decide if she feared the fire or if, at last, she was ready to walk through it. The bells of the castle tolled the 10th hour, their resonance carrying across Lunar City and echoing through the spires. Arya stood in the antechamber of the council hall, her hands folded tightly before her, trying to still the restless energy coiling in her chest. Her wolf paced within her like a caged flame, neither panicked nor calm, but waiting, as though it too knew the day would not pass without consequence. Corvin Hale appeared at her side, expression severe as always. His presence steadied her in an odd way, not because he was kind, but because he was reliable. When the doors opened, he said, "You will follow directly behind the Alpha King. Do not break formation. Do not speak unless addressed. If you falter, falter forward." Arya managed a small nod. "And if I stumble?" His mouth twitched, almost too faint to be seen. "Then rise before they notice." The doors opened with a groan of ancient hinges, and Kale entered first, Lucian close beside him. Arya followed, her steps deliberate, her chin lifted just enough to show neither defiance nor submission. The chamber was already crowded. Elders robed in silver, representatives from the southern and western packs, and Magnus Vaylor with his northern alphas arrayed behind him like an iron wall. The moment she crossed the threshold, whispers erupted. She felt them scrape across her skin like claws. The healer, the ghost wolf, the girl from Red Moon. But she kept her pace steady, her hands folded, her eyes lowered just slightly as Celine had taught her. Kale took his place at the head of the table, his hand resting lightly on the carved map, as though to remind them all who held the center. Arya stood a step behind him, close enough to feel the edges of his presence, far enough to remember she was not his equal here. Magnus's eyes narrowed when they found her. "So it is true. The Alpha King intends to parade his new healer before us as though she were proof of his wisdom." Kale's voice cut through the chamber, calm but sharp. "Not proof, witness. She stood in the caverns, she touched the stone, she answered its questions. You demanded tradition, Magnus, she delivered it." Magnus's lip curled. "A child who cannot even call her wolf fully is your answer to centuries of law." The words struck like a blow. Arya felt heat rise to her face, her wolf pressing against her ribs in agitation. But before she could falter, Kale's voice came again, lower this time, edged with steel. "Be careful, Magnus. You may call her a child, but the caverns called her necessary, and I do not argue with the caverns." A murmur swept the room. Some voices held agreement, others suspicion. Elder Miriam leaned forward, her voice strong. "The Quiet Walker has returned. Whether we wish it or not, we cannot ignore what has been witnessed. And whether—" Magnus's gaze flicked to Arya again, his eyes cold. "Then let us test this healer, as the caverns did. If she is what you claim, let her heal what no other can. My nephew lies struck by an affliction that even your physician cannot mend. Let her prove herself." The words dropped like stones into water, rippling outward. Dr. Solomon's brow furrowed, but he did not speak. Lucian shifted beside Kale, his gaze sharp. Kale's expression did not change. "Bring him." The doors opened once more, and 2 northern guards carried a young man between them. His skin was pale, his eyes half-lidded, his breathing shallow. Dark veins traced his neck and arms like poisoned rivers. The sight twisted Arya's stomach. She recognized the signs of corruption, though she had never seen it so advanced. Magnus's voice rang out. "He is 18 years old, strong, unbroken, and yet he lies dying. If your healer can restore him, we will consider her worth. If not, then she is a fraud, and so are you." The chamber held its breath. All eyes turned to Arya. Her heart pounded, but she stepped forward, each movement deliberate, measured. She knelt beside the young man, placing her satchel on the floor. The pendant burned hot against her chest. She touched his wrist, feeling the faint, erratic pulse beneath his skin. Her wolf stirred urgently. "Listen," it urged, "not with ears, with what we are." Arya closed her eyes, shutting out the weight of the council's gaze. She let her breathing slow, slipping into the silence between. The corruption whispered at her, a low hiss that sought to spread, to feed. It was not merely illness, it was intent, dark and twisting, born of something unnatural. She laid her other hand upon his chest, directly over his heart. Her pendant pulsed once, twice, then steadied. She listened not to the sickness, but to the boy beneath it, the rhythm of a life still fighting to remain. "I will not tear you apart to make you whole," she whispered, voice soft but carrying. "I will remind you who you are." The boy's breath hitched. The dark veins trembled, writhing beneath his skin. Arya pressed her palm more firmly, her wolf pressing with her, not in dominance but in insistence. She did not force the corruption out. She invited the body to reject it, to remember its own strength. A cry broke from the boy's throat. His back arched, his veins flaring dark one last time before the color receded, fading into the natural pallor of his skin. His chest rose sharply, then settled into a steadier rhythm. His eyes open, dazed but clear. The chamber erupted. Voices clashed, some in awe, some in fear, some in outrage. Magnus's face darkened, his jaw tight. "Tricks," he spat. "She cannot." But his words faltered as his nephew sat upright, breathing freely for the first time in weeks. The young man's voice was weak but audible. "Uncle, I can feel again." Kale's eyes found Arya, and for once they did not mask their intensity. Pride, sharp and certain, burned there. Elder Miriam rose. "The quiet walker heals what cannot be healed. The proof stands before us. Deny it if you dare." Magnus said nothing. His silence was louder than any denial. Arya lowered her hand slowly, her body trembling from the effort. Sweat beaded her brow, but her wolf remained steady inside her, no longer hiding. She looked up at Kale, and for the first time since she had entered the castle, she felt not only seen, but believed. The council chamber did not return to calm after the healing. It could not. Wolves shifted in their seats, voices broke into overlapping arguments, and the scent of agitation thickened the air. Arya remained on her knees beside the boy she had healed, her breath unsteady, her palms tingling as though they still held threads of the corruption she had faced. The young man leaned against the stone floor, weak but alive, his eyes clearer with each moment. Kale's voice cut through the storm, deep and steady. "Enough." The sound silenced them more effectively than any gavel or decree. He stepped forward, standing at Arya's side as though to anchor the space she occupied. "You demanded proof. You have it. My healer answered the caverns, and she has answered this chamber. If you deny it now, you deny your own eyes." Magnus Valor's gaze burned like frostbitten steel. He rose slowly, each movement deliberate, his expression carved from fury disciplined into restraint. "You parade this as a miracle, but miracles are dangerous. If she can unmake corruption, she can create it. If she can heal, she can wound with the same hand. How do we know she is not the weapon you mean to wield against us?" The accusation struck the chamber like thunder. Suspicion thickened instantly, voices rising again, some with fear, some with outrage. Arya's chest tightened, her stomach twisting. She wanted to speak, to deny it, but her throat locked under the weight of so many eyes. Before she could falter, Lucian's voice rang out, calm but precise. "Magnus, you grasp at shadows. Would you rather your nephew still lay dying than admit the truth? Would you rather cling to suspicion than acknowledge the gift given freely before us all?" Magnus's nephew, still pale but conscious, pulled himself upright with effort. "She saved me," he said hoarsely. His words carried the weight of testimony no one could dismiss. "I could feel the sickness tearing me apart, and now it is gone. I owe my life to her." Thanks. The boy's declaration rippled through the chamber, halting some whispers, tempering others, yet Magnus's jaw remained tight, his hands curled into fists at his sides. Kale turned toward him, his presence sharp as a drawn blade. "Your anger does not change what happened. You sought to discredit her, but you gave her the chance to prove what she is. She did not fail." Magnus inclined his head slightly, his eyes narrowing. "Perhaps. But know this. Alpha King power that appears suddenly draws envy. It draws fear. Your healer may win you loyalty from some, but she will also paint a target upon your court. Wolves beyond these walls will whisper of her. They will come to test her. And if she falters once, just once, Your claim to balance will shatter. With that, he turned sharply, gesturing to his followers. The northern alphas rose and departed in a storm of heavy steps, their departure shaking the chamber more than their presence had. The silence that followed was suffocating. At last, Elder Miriam spoke, her voice steady but weary. The trial has been answered. The healing has been witnessed. The North has no ground to stand on, though they will try to make one from smoke. For now, unity holds. But beware, the path ahead will not grow smoother. It will grow sharper. I veer. Kyle dismissed the council, his command brooking no argument. Elders filed out, voices low, their robes brushing against the stone floor. Guards shifted, restoring order. Soon the chamber emptied until only Kyle, Lucian, Arya, and Dr. Solomon remained. Arya rose slowly, her legs trembling, her chest still aching from the weight of what she had done. She wanted to vanish into silence, to hide from the memory of Magnus's words and the dozens of eyes that had judged her. But Kyle stepped closer, his presence overwhelming the urge to retreat. You did not falter, he said simply. I almost did, Arya whispered. They saw me as healer, then as threat. What if Magnus is right? What if what I did could be twisted? Kale's eyes held hers, unflinching. Then we will not allow it to be twisted. Fear is the currency of weak wolves. You will not pay their debts. Dr. Solomon approached, his expression grave but warm. Child, you faced not only sickness, but shadow. That corruption was not born of nature. It reeked of something older, darker. Someone placed it in him. The words struck Arya harder than any accusation. Placed it? You mean a curse, Solomon said quietly. A weapon disguised as illness. Whoever cast it wanted to weaken the North from within. Magnus may blame you, but he should look closer to his own allies. Lucian folded his arms, his gaze thoughtful. Which means the true enemy has yet to reveal themselves. Kale's jaw tightened. Then let them come. We will be ready. Arya wanted to believe him. She wanted to believe that what had happened was victory and not simply another beginning. But as she left the chamber, her wolf whispered a warning deep in her chest. Truth has been seen, but shadow lingers still. And for the first time since entering Castle Draven, Arya realized that the cavern's trial had not ended at the Alpha Stone. It had only prepared her for what was coming next. The castle seemed quieter after the storm of the council, but the quiet was not peace. It was the silence of a forest where predators stalk unseen. Servants moved briskly along the corridors, their eyes lowered, their whispers clipped. Guards doubled their watch at every archway. Even the air felt charged, as if the walls themselves strained to hear what had been spoken and what had been left unsaid. Arya walked the halls with Eveline's journal tucked beneath her arm, the pendant against her chest still warm from the healing she had performed. Every few steps she caught fragments of voices, wolves speaking her name, some in awe, some in suspicion. The sound of it unsettled her more than open contempt. She had been invisible so long that recognition felt like exposure, like being pushed into a light she had never asked for. When she reached her chambers, she closed the door and leaned against it, pressing her forehead to the wood. Her wolf paced inside her, not restless but alert, urging her to prepare, to listen. She moved to her desk, opened the journal, and turned to the pages filled with her grandmother's sketches. Her fingers traced symbols she now recognized from the caverns. One passage, written in hurried strokes, caught her eye. The Alpha Stone is not only proof, it is anchor. It binds truth to flesh, and once touched, it will call again. The bearer cannot refuse. Her breath caught. She remembered the surge of light, the presence of her wolf in full form. The stone had not merely tested her, it had claimed her. The knock at her door startled her. She closed the journal quickly and slipped it into her satchel before opening the door. Lucian stood there, his expression calm, but his eyes sharp. You should walk with less weight in your step, he said softly. Anyone listening would know you carry secrets. Arya swallowed. Perhaps I do. Then carry them carefully. His gaze softened for a moment. Kale asks for you. Come. She followed him through corridors that led not to the council hall, but to the outer courtyards. Night had fallen, and the moon hung high, silver against a sky swept clean of clouds. Torches lit the training yard where Kyle waited, his dark figure unmistakable even at a distance. He stood at the center, his jacket discarded, his shirt sleeves rolled, his body taut with restrained energy. When he turned toward her, the torchlight caught the scar along his cheekbone and made it seem deliberate, a mark of command rather than injury. You came, he said simply. I was summoned, Arya replied, though her voice carried less sharpness than she intended. Kale's mouth curved faintly, not a smile, but the suggestion of one. Summoned or not, you are here. That is what matters. He gestured to the space beside him. Walk. She stepped into the yard, the packed earth firm beneath her boots. The scent of pine smoke lingered from the torches, mingled with the sharper scent of iron and sweat from training that had ended only hours ago. You healed what no one else could, Kyle said as they paced the yard. You did it before every eye that wished you to fail. Do you understand what that means? Arya shook her head. That they fear me, that they will use me as excuse for division. Yes, he agreed, but also that they cannot ignore you. Fear is dangerous, but irrelevance is fatal. You are no longer irrelevant. She glanced at him, her throat tight. I never wanted to be anything else. Kale stopped, turning to face her fully. You think this is about want? Wolves rarely get the luxury of choosing the shape of their destiny. The stone called you. You answered. That cannot be undone. And so, Arya lowered her gaze, her fingers brushing the pendant through her robe. The stone feels alive, she whispered, as if it still speaks to me, as if it expects something more. Kale's eyes sharpened. Does it speak now? Not in words, in presence. She hesitated, then lifted her gaze to his. It feels as though it is waiting. Silence stretched between them, heavy but not uncomfortable. At last, Kale stepped closer, his voice low. Then we will wait with it. But know this, Arya Sullivan, when it calls again, you will not face it alone. The words struck her deeper than she expected. For years, she had carried her silence alone, believing her wolf too weak, her presence too small. Now Kyle's promise, simple as it was, settled into her bones like truth. A sudden shout broke the stillness. One of the guards sprinted into the yard, breathless. Alpha King trouble at the northern gate. Kale's expression hardened instantly. What kind of trouble? Attack, the guard gasped. Not human. Wolves. Lucian's hand went to the hilt of the blade at his side. Magnus? The guard shook his head. Not his colors. Rogues. Kale's eyes flicked to Arya. For a moment she thought he would order her back to safety, but instead he said, Come. You may need to see what fear truly looks like when it has no master. Her wolf pressed hard against her chest, ready, alert. She nodded, her pulse quickening. Together they moved toward the gate, the night alive with the scent of blood and the promise of battle. The northern gate loomed ahead, its iron-bound timbers rattling beneath the weight of claws and the thundering of bodies. Torches flared along the walls, casting jagged shadows across the courtyard where soldiers rushed to meet the threat. The air stank of blood and fur, sharp with the metallic tang of violence already begun. Arya kept close to Kale and Lucian as they strode into the chaos, her satchel heavy against her side, her pulse thrumming like a drum. Her wolf prowled inside her, straining toward the noise, restless but not afraid. When the gates groaned open to reveal the attackers, the sight stole Arya's breath. Wolves poured through the breach, their eyes glowing feral, their movements frenzied. But there was something wrong about them. Their bodies moved with unnatural stiffness, their mouths foamed, their howls broke with discordant notes like voices not their own. They did not look like rogues fighting for dominance. They looked like puppets torn by invisible strings. They are corrupted, Dr. Solomon said as he appeared at Arya's side, his voice grim. Not natural. This is the same sickness you drew from Magnus's nephew, magnified 100-fold. Kale's jaw tightened. Someone sent them. The courtyard erupted. Guards clashed with the wolves, steel flashing against fur, the air filled with snarls and the cries of men. Kale shifted in a blur, his dark wolf bursting forward, larger than any Arya had ever seen, a storm of muscle and shadow. Lucian followed, his wolf leaner but just as fierce, the brothers tearing into the corrupted rogues with precision and fury. Arya froze for half a heartbeat. The sight overwhelming, then forced herself forward. She dropped to her knees beside a fallen soldier whose arm bore the black vein streaks she now knew too well. His breathing rattled, shallow and erratic. Her hands moved instinctively, pressing to his chest, her wolf rising to meet the corruption. The sickness hissed through her veins like smoke, trying to coil into her. But the pendant flared with sudden heat, pulsing light through her fingers. Arya focused, not tearing the corruption free, but coaxing the body to remember itself, to push the sickness back. The soldier convulsed once, then gasped sharply, his eyes clearing. He stared at her in disbelief. "You live," she said simply, before moving to the next. Everywhere she turned, the corruption spread, guards bitten, wolves staggering mid-fight, veins darkening as the sickness tried to claim them. Arya's hands burned from the effort, her wolf straining with each healing. Sweat plastered her hair to her temples, her lungs aching, but she did not stop. Each life pulled back from the edge steadied something in her, even as it drained her strength. From the corner of her eye, she caught Kale's wolf battling 3 rogues at once, his jaws closing around a throat, his claws tearing another down. He fought with the cold fury of a king defending his territory, but even he could not hold them all. More poured through the breach, their numbers unending. Lucian shifted back to human form long enough to shout above the din. "They will overrun us, we need fire at the gate!" Darius Faulkner appeared then, rallying soldiers to hold the line. His voice roared like thunder, steadying those on the verge of breaking. Arya caught his eye briefly, and for a moment she saw the same grim understanding reflected there. This was no random attack. This was war beginning in whispers. A sudden impact threw Arya to the ground. One of the corrupted wolves had broken through, its eyes burning with unnatural red light, its teeth snapping inches from her face. She raised her arm instinctively, the pendant flashing as its jaws closed. Instead of crushing bone, the wolf recoiled with a shriek. As though burned, Arya scrambled to her feet, heart pounding. The wolf lunged again, but this time her wolf surged inside her, no longer content to remain silent. Power rushed through her limbs, her senses sharpening. She raised her hand and shouted, not with words, but with will. The pendant blazed, and the corrupted wolf froze mid-leap, its body writhing. The veins along its neck glowed darkly, then burst in a shuddering wave as the sickness tore free. The wolf collapsed, unconscious but alive, its chest heaving. The battlefield paused for a fraction of a heartbeat. Soldiers who had seen it gasped. Kyle's wolf, blood-slick and panting, turned sharply toward her. His eyes dark, even in wolf form, locked on the glow at her throat. The pause shattered as more rogues poured in. Kyle leapt back into the fray, but Arya knew what she had felt. The sickness had answered her. The pendant had become not just shield, but weapon. And the caverns had been right. She was no longer merely healer. By the time dawn broke, the rogues lay scattered across the courtyard, dead or bound. The survivors had fled into the forest, their howls fading with the retreat. The gates were shut again, scorched black from fire, the stench of blood and ash heavy in the air. Arya collapsed to her knees, exhaustion pressing down on her like stone. Her hands shook, her chest burned, but her wolf was steady within her. Kale approached, shifting back, his body marked by claw and blood, but unbowed. He crouched before her, his hand gripping her shoulder. "You stood." Arya lifted her gaze to his, her voice raw. "This was no accident. Someone sent them." This? Yes, he said, his tone low and certain. And now we will find who. But make no mistake, Arya, what you did tonight will echo. Every wolf who saw it will carry the tale. You are healer no longer. You are quiet walker. The weight of his words pressed into her bones, heavier than the Alpha Stone itself. She bowed her head, trembling not from weakness but from the knowledge that her life had just crossed a threshold from which there would be no return. The morning after the attack dawned gray, clouds dragging their weight across the sky as though reluctant to let the sun through. The castle walls still reeked of smoke and blood, though servants worked tirelessly to scrub the stone and gather the fallen. The courtyard had been washed clean, but the stains lingered in the air, an iron tang that no water could erase. Arya stood in the healer's wing, exhaustion etched into her bones. She had worked until her hands cramped, moving from soldier to soldier, wolf to wolf, pouring her strength into stitching wounds, cooling fevers, and pushing the remnants of corruption from bloodstreams that resisted release. Her robe was streaked with ash, her fingers raw from overuse, but still she moved, her wolf steady within her, refusing to let her falter. Celine would have scolded her for draining herself so deeply, but Celine was not here. Evelyn's words in her journal echoed instead. To heal is not to empty yourself. It is to remind the world how to fill itself again. Arya clung to those words as she bound the final wound of the night, whispering softly to the soldier, "You will wake. You will remember who you are." His breathing steadied, and she knew it was enough. When she stepped into the courtyard, the chill of the morning bit into her skin. Wolves and men alike gathered, their voices low, their eyes wary. They had survived, but survival was not victory. The rogues' attack had left scars deeper than flesh. Kael stood at the center, flanked by Lucian and Darius, his presence commanding despite the gash along his jaw and the bruises darkening his ribs. His voice carried through the courtyard like a bell of iron. "You all saw what happened last night," he said. "This was no random attack. The rogues were not driven by hunger or desperation. They were sent twisted by a corruption we have only begun to understand. This is not the hand of humans. This is the hand of wolves who would see us divided and broken." Murmurs swept through the gathered ranks. Some glanced toward the north, suspicion heavy in their eyes. Others looked at Arya, who lingered at the edge of the crowd, her pendant hidden but still warm against her chest. Kale continued, his gaze sweeping over them all. "We will not fracture. We will not feed fear with suspicion. The trial of integration proved balance is our strength, and last night we proved it again. We fight together or we fall separately." Darius stepped forward, his voice booming. "The Alpha King speaks truth. Those who stood on these stones know it. Look around you, north, south, east, west. We bled together. That is what will keep us alive." Lucian's tone followed, calmer but no less firm. "We must hunt the source of this corruption. Until then, we guard every border, every ally, and we watch for shadows in our own halls." The soldiers bowed their heads, some in reverence, some in grim acknowledgement. Kale dismissed them with a nod, then turned his gaze toward Arya. "Come." She followed him back through the castle's inner corridors, her legs heavy, her pulse uneven. When they reached his private chambers, he dismissed the guards outside and closed the door behind them. The room was dim, lit only by the pale morning light spilling through narrow windows. Kale turned to her, his expression unreadable. "You saved more lives than any warrior last night." Arya shook her head. "I only did what I had to." "No," he said, stepping closer. "You did what no one else could. You turned the sickness itself. You faced it and it yielded. That has never been done before." The weight of his words pressed against her. She wrapped her arms around herself, suddenly cold. "They fear me, Kael. You heard Magnus. You saw their eyes. If I can unmake corruption, they will believe I can create it too." His gaze softened, though his voice remained steady. "Yes, they will fear you, but they will also follow you. Fear and reverence are often the same coin, Arya. You must decide how it will be spent." She swallowed, her throat dry. And if I fail? Kael lifted a hand, not to touch her, but to hover near her face, close enough that she felt the heat of his skin. Then we fail together, but I do not believe in failure. Not for you. The silence between them deepened, heavy with words neither dared to speak. Arya's wolf pressed close, alert but calm, as if it too recognized the threshold in that moment. Before she could answer, the door opened sharply. Seraphine Vale slipped inside, her expression unreadable but her eyes sharp. Forgive the intrusion, she said, though her tone carried little apology. But you both should hear this. A messenger arrived from the Western Pax. There are rumors, whispers of corruption spreading beyond our borders. If this is true, last night was not an isolated attack. It was only the beginning. Arya's stomach dropped, the warmth of the pendant turning to ice against her chest. Kael's expression hardened, his jaw set. Then we prepare for war. Arya closed her eyes briefly, Eveline's words echoing once more in her memory. The quiet walker stands between worlds, not to prevent the storm, but to carry the living across it. Her hands trembled, but she steadied them. The storm was here, and she could not step away. The castle bells rang again before noon, their peals heavy and urgent, summoning council and warriors alike. The sound reverberated through every hall, rattling glass and bone with the promise of coming conflict. Arya felt it in her chest like a summons, not only to the court, but to destiny itself. When she entered the council chamber, the air was already thick with tension. Magnus had returned, though his expression was carefully shuttered. He sat with the Northern Alphas, his nephew by his side, alive and watchful, a living testimony Magnus could neither deny nor erase. Seraphine stood against the far wall, her gaze flicking between factions like a hunter marking prey. Lucian was already at Kael's shoulder, speaking low, while Darius leaned against a pillar, his arms crossed, his presence a promise of strength if words failed. Kael stood at the head of the table, his eyes dark and unyielding. He waited until silence pressed every voice down before he spoke. Rogues were sent against us last night, he said. They were not hungry wolves scavenging for scraps. They were corrupted, their will stolen, their bodies twisted. This is no accident. It is a weapon. The words fell heavy, undeniable. Murmurs rippled, then broke into louder protests. By whom? One elder demanded. Humans, they have always feared us. No human can twist wolves this way, Dr. Solomon interrupted, his voice calm but firm. I examined those Arya healed. What poisoned them was not man-made. It was crafted from our own bloodlines, manipulated into something monstrous. Arya stiffened as every head turned toward her, some with awe, others with suspicion. Her wolf stirred but did not retreat, pressing against her ribs in silent solidarity. Magnus rose slowly, his voice measured but sharp. And who here carries bloodlines old enough, strange enough, to work such corruption? We speak of her as healer, but what if she is also weapon? She touches sickness and it flees. What proof do we have she did not plant it first? Gasps followed. The accusation slashed through the chamber like a blade. Arya felt the sting of it in her chest, but she held her ground. Kael's voice cracked across the room like thunder. Enough! The command silenced even Magnus. Kael stepped forward, his gaze sweeping the chamber. You dare accuse the one who saved your kin? You dare insult the cavern's judgment? Arya Sullivan carries the mark of the Quiet Walker. She stands not as weapon, but as balance. Magnus's jaw tightened. Balance or manipulation? If the Quiet Walker has returned, then perhaps the prophecy itself is curse. You speak of unity, Kael Draven, but every moment she stands beside you, suspicion grows. Wolves will whisper, she is your pawn, and whispers burn faster than fire. Arya's throat closed. She wanted to defend herself, but the words tangled inside. She remembered Celine's warning. Trust no one completely, not even the Alpha King. And yet here Kael stood, holding the storm at bay with nothing but his voice. Lucian stepped forward, his tone even. Magnus, you say wolves will whisper, then guide them otherwise. Tell your people the truth. Tell them she saved your blood, or admit you fear a young healer more than you fear the corruption spreading at our borders. Magnus's nephew spoke then, his voice rough but steady. She did save me. Without her, I would be ash beneath the soil. If you call her weapon, then I owe my life to a weapon. I will not dishonor her gift. The chamber shifted. Murmurs turned uncertain. Some eyes softened, others hardened, but the balance was no longer purely against Arya. Magnus's expression cracked for just an instant, fury flickering beneath his mask, but he forced himself back into stillness. The North will not forget last night, he said finally. Nor will we forget who stood at the center of it. His gaze cut toward Arya like ice. We will watch. With that, he turned and strode from the chamber, his alphas following like shadows. Silence lingered in his wake. Chaol exhaled slowly, then turned his gaze to the rest of the council. Magnus will not stop. He cannot. But let him watch. While he watches, we prepare. Rogues will not be the last weapon sent against us. There will be others, and when they come, we will not face them divided. The council adjourned, the elders dispersing in uneasy clusters. When the chamber emptied, Chaol remained with Lucian, Arya, and Solomon. He turned to her, his expression unreadable, but his voice low. Do not let his words root in you. You are not his fear. You are his reminder that fear has limits. Arya's throat tightened. She bowed her head slightly, her hands still trembling. What if he is right, Chaol? What if I am both healer and weapon? Chaol stepped closer, his presence overwhelming. His hand brushed against the pendant at her throat, the silver warming at his touch. Then we will decide how that weapon is used, and it will not be in his hands. For the first time, Arya allowed herself to meet his gaze without flinching. The storm in his eyes did not frighten her. It steadied her. She drew a breath, and her wolf settled. Outside, bells rang again, not for council, but for war readiness. The sound rolled through the castle like thunder. The storm Magnus had warned of was already on the horizon. The castle's great courtyard seethed with preparation. The clang of steel rang out as blacksmiths hammered dents from shields and sharpened the edges of blades. Horses stamped and snorted in their stalls, sensing the tension rolling through the air. Wolves in both forms moved with urgency, some running messages across the training grounds, others drilling in formation until the packed earth churned beneath their feet. Arya stood at the edge of it all, her healer's robes fluttering in the wind, Evelyn's journal pressed against her side beneath the folds of her satchel. She had come not to direct, but to observe, to understand the pulse of a pack preparing for war. Yet her presence drew eyes, some respectful, some fearful, many uncertain. The whisper she had grown used to followed her here as well. Quiet walker, one voice muttered. She touched the stone. Or cursed it, another whispered back. Her wolf bristled, but she kept her chin steady. Words could not wound unless she let them. Lucian appeared at her side, calm as ever, his voice pitched for her ears alone. Do not let their whispers drive you inward. They will speak until you give them reason to speak differently. And if I cannot? She asked softly. Then they will speak anyway, Lucian said with a faint smile, and you will outlast their voices. Before she could answer, the crowd shifted as Chaol entered the yard. He strode through the ranks in his dark uniform, every line of his body radiating control and power. The murmurs stilled, not by command, but by the gravity of his presence. Darius trailed close, barking orders to the soldiers, while Corvin and his guards flanked the edges of the formation. Chaol lifted his voice clear and unyielding. Last night proved what we already knew: our enemies are not human, nor are they wolves without cause. They are wolves turned against themselves. Someone bends them, poisons them, and sends them to our gates. This will not stop here. We prepare now, or we perish later. A chorus of growls rumbled through the crowd, agreement voiced in instinct rather than words. Chaol's eyes swept over them, then paused on Arya. For a heartbeat, the entire yard followed his gaze, and the weight of 100 stares pressed against her. You saw her heal, Chaol said, his voice carrying. You saw her face, what no blade could cut, what no claw could tear. She turned corruption into strength. She is no fraud, no curse. She is proof that balance still walks among us. The air tightened. Some wolves bowed their heads, acceptance stirring. Others looked away, fear curling into their shoulders. Arya held her ground, though her hands clenched at her sides. When the speech ended, Kale dismissed the gathering, and the courtyard scattered back into organized chaos. He came to her then, his expression unreadable but his eyes sharp. You must learn to carry what you are, he said. I am trying, Arya whispered. Trying is no longer enough, Kale replied. Come with me. He led her into the inner wing of the castle, away from the noise of training. They stopped at a pair of heavy oak doors that opened into a chamber unlike any she had seen. The air smelled of sage and smoke, the walls lined with shelves filled with scrolls and relics. At the center stood a stone basin filled with water that shimmered faintly, though no wind stirred its surface. Dr. Solomon waited within, his hands folded behind his back. This is the Hall of Echoes, he said, his voice reverent. A place where the ancestors' power gathers, where those chosen may learn what was forgotten. Arya's breath caught. Why have you brought me here? Because the Alpha Stone marked you, Solomon replied. And because the Quiet Walker must learn to walk with more than instinct. You must understand the balance you carry before it consumes you. Kale's gaze met hers, unwavering. Step forward, Arya. The water will show you what you need to see. Her wolf surged inside her, not in warning, but in fierce anticipation. Arya moved to the basin, her reflection trembling in the water's glow. She dipped her fingers into the surface, and the world around her dissolved. Mist enveloped her. She stood in a forest she did not know, the trees taller than any she had seen, their leaves whispering in a tongue older than memory. At the center of the clearing stood Evelyn Sullivan, her silver hair gleaming, her eyes filled with the same quiet certainty Arya remembered from childhood. Grandmother, Arya whispered, her throat tight. Evelyn smiled softly. You listened, child. At last, the stone called, and you answered. But you are not finished. The path you walk now is darker than the caverns. Shadows twist not only wolves, but hearts. You must be more than healer. You must be bridge, and bridges carry weight until they break. Tears burned in Arya's eyes. How do I not break? By remembering you are not stone alone, Evelyn said. You are flesh, and flesh bends. Bend, and you will not shatter. But remember this, Arya, those who fear you will seek to use you or destroy you, even those you trust most. And attains. The words cut deep, sharper than warning. Before Arya could ask more, the vision dissolved. She gasped as she returned to the chamber, her hands trembling over the basin. Kael stood close, his face unreadable, though his eyes searched hers with an intensity that told her he saw more than she wanted to reveal. What did you see? Arya swallowed hard. A warning, she said, that the shadows are not finished with us, and that even trust can turn. It's mine, Wang Ainder. The silence that followed was heavy, broken only by the faint ripple of water in the basin. The vision clung to Arya long after the shimmer of the basin had faded. Evelyn's voice still echoed in her bones, even those you trust most. The weight of it pressed into her chest as she walked the silent corridors of Castle Draven beside Kale. He did not ask again what she had seen, but she felt his gaze on her, sharp and steady, as if he too sensed the heaviness she carried. By the time they reached her quarters, the castle had grown hushed. The clang of training had quieted, the murmurs of soldiers dimmed. Yet the silence was not peace. It was anticipation, stretched taut as a bowstring. Kale stopped at her door, his hand brushing the frame as though testing its strength. Rest, he said. Tomorrow we meet with the outer packs. Rumors spread faster than truth, and they must hear it from us before Magnus twists the tale. Arya inclined her head. And if Magnus twists it anyway? Kale's mouth curved in the faintest shadow of a smile. Then we will remind him that stories only matter if they outlast the tellers. He turned away, leaving her alone with the flicker of candlelight and the memory of her grandmother's warning. She slept only in fragments. Dreams came in flashes. Wolves with glowing eyes lunging through smoke, bridges breaking beneath too much weight, Kyle's face half hidden in shadow, his hand reaching for her and pulling back at the last moment. She woke before dawn, sweat cooling on her skin, her pendant burning faintly as though it too had dreamed. The council with the outer packs convened in the great hall. Wolves from the west and south had arrived overnight, their banners hung along the stone walls, their eyes sharp with curiosity and suspicion. They bowed to Kale as Alpha King, but their murmurs filled the chamber. Arya stood behind him as he addressed them, her presence deliberate. She felt the weight of their stares, some curious, some wary, some openly hostile. "You heard the rumors," Kale said, his voice carrying without effort, "that rogues attacked our gates, that corruption spreads, that the Quiet Walker walks again." His gaze swept the assembly, steady and unflinching. "I tell you now, all of it is true." A ripple of shock coursed through the hall. Some gasped at his bluntness, others growled low. "But hear this," Kale continued. "We did not fall. We stood. The healer you call Ghost Wolf faced the corruption, and it yielded. She did what no blade, no alpha, no council could do. She will do it again, if she must. That is not curse. That is survival." 8. The hall erupted into voices, some shouting approval, others demanding proof. Kale lifted a hand and silence fell again. He turned slightly, his eyes finding Arya. "You wish proof? Then you will hear it from her." Arya's breath caught. She had not expected to speak. Every gaze pinned her like arrows, and her wolf pressed hard inside her chest. She stepped forward slowly, the pendant glinting faintly in the torchlight. "My name is Arya Sullivan," she said, her voice steadier than her trembling hands. "I was born of Red Moon, though I alone survived when hunters burned my pack. I hid my wolf for years, believing she was too quiet, too weak. But in the caverns, the stone called me. It showed me what I am. Not a weapon, not a curse, a bridge." She paused, meeting their eyes one by one. "The corruption that poisons our kind is not natural, it is made, and if we let fear divide us, it will win. But if we stand together, if we choose balance instead of blood, then even corruption must yield." For a heartbeat, silence held. Then voices rose again, not with derision, but with debate. Some agreeing, some resisting. Yet, among the noise, Arya felt something shift. They no longer looked at her as shadow. They looked at her as possibility. When the assembly broke, Kael drew her aside into a small chamber off the hall. His eyes were darker than usual, storm clouds gathered. "You spoke truth," he said. "But truth is never safe. Today you made allies, tomorrow you will make enemies. Be ready." Arya met his gaze, remembering Evelyn's warning. And what if the enemy is not outside these walls? Kale's expression tightened, his silence an answer of its own. Before he could speak, Seraphine entered, her steps light, but her smile razor thin. "An impressive performance," she said, her eyes flicking between them. "You spoke like queen beside her king. The Pax will not forget it." Arya stiffened, heat rising in her cheeks. "That was not my place." "Perhaps not," Seraphine said, "but sometimes places choose us whether we want them or not, and if you are wise, you will decide quickly how to stand in it, because the storm is closer than you think." Kale's gaze hardened. "Enough, Seraphine." But the envoy only inclined her head, her smile lingering. "As you command, Alpha King, but remember, even bridges can be burned." Rand intoxit. She swept out, leaving the chamber colder in her absence. Arya pressed her hand against her pendant, her wolf pacing within. Evelyn's words whispered again in her mind, a thread she could not ignore. "Even those you trust most." And as she looked at Kale, whose eyes were still on her, she wondered, not for the first time, whether her grandmother had met Magnus, Seraphine, or the Alpha King himself. The storm that had gathered in whispers finally broke that night. Arya was roused from her chamber by the sharp clang of bells, their peals frantic and uneven. She snatched her satchel and the journal before racing into the corridor, where guards thundered past, weapons bared, eyes hard. The air smelled of smoke and blood again, though this time it came not from the gates but from within the walls themselves. Lucien found her near the stairwell, his sword already drawn. An attempt on Kale, he said in a harsh whisper. Within the keep. Are dead. Her stomach lurched. Is he? Alive, Lucien cut in. But the assassins are not finished. Stay close. They moved quickly through the winding halls toward the Alpha King's wing. Shouts echoed through the stone, the clash of steel on steel, the guttural snarls of wolves mid-shift. When they reached the grand corridor leading to Kale's chambers, Arya saw the chaos laid bare. 2 guards lay sprawled across the floor, blood pooling beneath them. Smoke curled from shattered lanterns, and shadows shifted unnaturally along the walls. Corvin Hale held the line with 4 of his men, his blade cutting arcs of silver as 3 cloaked figures pressed against them. The intruders moved with strange, jerking precision, as though their limbs did not belong to them. Their eyes glowed faintly red, the same corruption Arya had seen in the rogues. Kale burst from his chamber then, half-shifted, his wolf's eyes blazing, claws slicing through one assassin in a single, brutal stroke. His shirt was torn, blood streaked across his arm, but he stood tall, unbowed. When his gaze landed on Arya, it was fire and iron together. Stay back, he commanded, voice more growl than speech. But the corruption was stronger here than it had been at the gate. She felt it before she touched it, a miasma that curled through the air, searching for weakness. One of the assassins broke past Corvin and lunged straight for Kale. Without thinking, Arya flung herself forward, her pendant blazing. The glow struck the assassin mid-leap. He convulsed, shrieking, his body seizing as the corruption writhed like smoke trying to escape flame. Arya pressed both palms against his chest, ignoring the stench of burning flesh, and forced her wolf's steadiness outward. The sickness resisted, clawing at her insides, but she did not yield. She bent instead, as Eveline had taught, not pushing, but listening, coaxing. With a final wrenching cry, the assassin collapsed, unconscious but alive. Kale caught her wrist, pulling her upright. His grip was iron, his eyes burning into hers. You cannot keep doing this, Arya. It will tear you apart. I cannot stop, she gasped, trembling. If I do, it will tear you apart instead. Another assassin charged. This time Alexander Volkov appeared, his massive frame smashing into the corrupted wolf with the force of a hammer. He grappled the intruder to the ground, pinning him, his scarred face twisted in fury. Do it, healer, he barked. Arya dropped beside the writhing body, pressing her hands against the wolf's chest. The corruption hissed louder, stronger, almost gleeful in its malice. Her vision blurred, her lungs burned, but she anchored herself in her wolf's quiet patience. She yielded where it pressed, bent where it struck, until it exhausted itself against her refusal to break. The sickness dissolved, leaving the assassin gasping beneath Alexander's weight. When at last the corridor fell silent, only the sound of ragged breathing remained. The 3 attackers lay bound and unconscious, their corruption burned away by her hands. Guards gathered the fallen, their faces pale with awe and fear. Kale turned on her, his expression thunderous. You risked yourself against something none of us fully understand. Arya wiped blood from her palms, her body trembling, but her voice steady. If I had not, you would be dead. The fury in his eyes flickered into something else, reluctant acknowledgement, edged with something deeper. He reached as though to touch her shoulder, then stopped, his hand curling into a fist instead. You are no longer just healer, you are target. Lucian's gaze was grave. And if corruption has reached this deep into the castle, then it is not only rogues and outsiders, it is here among us. The weight of his words chilled the air. Arya pressed a hand against her pendant, still faintly warm. Eveline's warning rang louder than ever. Even those you trust most. As the guards dragged the assassins away, Seraphine appeared at the end of the corridor, her eyes gleaming in the torchlight. She took in the scene with a smile too sharp for comfort. So, she said softly, the castle bleeds from within. Her gaze lingered on Arya, the smile never reaching her eyes, and the quiet walker bleeds with it. The castle did not sleep after the attempt on Kale's life. Guards lined every corridor, their armor clattering softly as they moved in tighter rotations. Servants whispered in corners, their eyes darting like hunted prey. The air itself felt restless, charged with suspicion, as if the stones of Castle Draven had begun to doubt their own strength. Arya sat in the healer's wing, her hands still aching from the corruption she had driven out hours earlier. A basin of water sat before her, rippling faintly though no breeze stirred it. She washed her palms slowly, but the sting did not fade. It was not her skin that burned, but her spirit, raw from the weight of power. Her wolf lay close within her, steady but weary, like a sentinel refusing rest. Celine entered quietly, her robes brushing the floor. She studied Arya for a moment, then set a steaming cup of bitter herbs beside her. "Drink," she ordered softly. "Your wolf may be strong, but your body is still flesh. If you drain yourself this way, it will betray you." Arya obeyed, the taste sharp and grounding. "They will not forgive me," she whispered. "Magnus, the council, even some here. They will say I am curse, not cure." Selena's gaze softened. "Then let them. Wolves have always feared what they cannot name. But remember this, Arya. Fear is not only weakness, it is also reverence. If you carry it carefully, it can serve you." Before Arya could reply, the doors to the wing opened sharply. Darius stepped inside, his presence filling the chamber like a storm, his eyes fixed on her. "Kale summons you. Now." Arya followed him through the dim corridors to the war room. Maps covered the central table, marked with red ink and carved tokens representing territories. Kale stood at the head, Lucian beside him, Seraphine leaning with calculated elegance against the far wall. Corvin and 2 guards held positions near the doors. Kael's expression was carved from stone. "3 assassins broke our walls," he said. "They were corrupted, their will stolen. But they were not strangers. They carried Draven insignia on their armor." Arya froze. "Our own?" Lucian's mouth was grim. "Or those disguised to look like it? Either way, it means one of 2 things. The corruption has already seeped into our ranks, or someone wants us to believe it has." Seraphine's smile was cold. "And which is worse, I wonder? The enemy within or the illusion of one?" Kale ignored her, his eyes fixed on Arya. "When you touched them, what did you feel?" Arya swallowed. She closed her eyes briefly, remembering the burn of their sickness against her palms. "It was stronger than what I drew from Magnus's nephew. Older and personal. It did not feel random, it felt guided." "Guided by whom?" Darius demanded. She shook her head. "I do not know. But it was not aimless. It wanted you, Kyle. Not the castle, not the council, you." The silence that followed was sharp. Lucian's jaw tightened. Seraphine's eyes gleamed with something too close to amusement. Kale finally spoke, his tone iron. "Then it is clear. This is not merely war at our borders. This is war in our blood." He stepped closer to Arya, his presence pulling the air with him. "Which means your gift is not only weapon, it is shield. You will stand at my side in every council, every battle, until this ends." Arya's throat tightened. "And if it makes them hate me more, then let them hate," Kale said. His voice lowered, steady as command. "Better they hate and live than die clinging to fear." Lucian's gaze flicked toward her, softer. "But you must also guard yourself. Whoever sent this corruption will not stop until they break you, Arya. You are as much their target as Kale." Seraphine pushed from the wall, her smile sharp. "And sometimes, healer, the knife that breaks you does not come from an enemy's hand. Remember that." Kale's eyes snapped to her, cold as steel. "Enough, Seraphine." But Arya heard her grandmother's words again. "Even those you trust most." She pressed her hand against the pendant, its faint thrum grounding her, even as her heart pounded. When the war council broke, Kale dismissed the others but held her back. The room grew still, only torchlight flickering against the maps. "You fear my enemies," he said, stepping closer. But you also fear me. Her breath caught. I fear what you could make of me. Kale's eyes locked onto hers, storm dark and unreadable. I will not make you anything but what you already are. But understand this, Arya, so long as you walk here, your fate and mine are bound. And if they come for you again, they will have to go through me. The promise in his voice was iron and fire both. Arya's wolf stirred, not in fear, but in fierce recognition. She did not know if Evelyn's warning meant Kale would one day be her greatest ally or her greatest danger. But she knew this. The storm had deepened and she was already standing in its heart. The days that followed blurred into one another, a rhythm of endless preparation. The castle became a hive, its stones vibrating with the energy of wolves, sharpening claws and voices alike. Scouts came and went through the gates, bringing reports of strange sightings, packs of rogues roaming too close to borders, animals found dead with blackened veins, whispers of corruption spreading farther than even Kale had feared. Arya spent her hours in the healer's wing and the training yards, drawn between tending wounds and standing at Kale's side during councils. Her presence no longer passed unnoticed. Wolves stared when she entered a room, their gazes heavy with suspicion or reluctant respect. She carried the weight of those stares like armor, though inside she still trembled. On the third night, she found herself in the training grounds where the moonlight painted the earth silver. Kale was there, moving through drills with his soldiers. Even injured, he was relentless, each strike of his blade a controlled storm. The men struggled to match him, and when at last he dismissed them, sweat darkened his shirt, his chest rising with steady breaths. He turned when he sensed her watching. You should sleep. Arya shook her head. So should you. For a moment, something like amusement flickered in his eyes. He tossed his blade aside and crossed the yard toward her. You did not come to scold me. Why are you here, Arya? She hesitated, then lifted Evelyn's journal from her satchel. There's something you need to see. They sat on the stone steps at the edge of the yard. Arya opened the journal to a page she had marked one, filled with symbols that mirrored those carved into the Alpha Stone's chamber. Beneath them, Evelyn's hand had written in hurried strokes, "The quiet walker is bridge and burden both. If she falters, the Alpha King will fall. If she stands, the balance will hold, but only if he trusts her more than himself." Kale read the words in silence, his jaw tightening. She saw too much. She saw what is happening now, Arya whispered. If I fail, if they break me, it won't just be me who falls. It will be you. It will be all of us. He closed the journal gently, his hand lingering over hers on the leather cover. Then you will not fail. Her throat tightened. You speak as if it is simple. His gaze met hers, sharp and steady. It is not simple, it is choice. I chose to stand as Alpha King, knowing every day might be my last. You chose to answer the stone when you could have turned away. Neither of us can unchoose now. The weight of his certainty settled in her chest. She wanted to believe it. She needed to. Before she could answer, the sound of footsteps broke the stillness. Alexander Volkov strode into the yard, his scarred face grim. Scouts from the western passes returned, he said. The corruption spreads faster than we feared. Whole villages abandoned, crops blackened. It is not only wolves now. The land itself is sickening. Arya's stomach dropped. The land? Alexander nodded. The soil rots. Streams run foul. Whatever poison this is, it is seeping deeper. Kale rose, his presence filling the night like a storm gathering. Then we are running out of time. Lucian arrived moments later, his cloak brushing the earth. Magnus presses for another council. He says the North will not stand idle while the West falls. But his terms... He hesitated, his gaze cutting to Arya. His terms involve her. Kale's eyes narrowed. Of course they do. What does he want? Lucian's mouth was grim. He wants the Quiet Walker to go north, to prove her gift against the corruption in his lands. He claims it spreads through his villages as well. He will not send troops until she comes. Arya's breath caught. If it is true, then I must go. Kale's head snapped toward her. No, you said it yourself, she argued. We are running out of time. If the North is already infected, you think Magnus asks in good faith? Kael's voice cut like steel. He wants to use you, to test you, perhaps even to break you where his hands cannot. If you go, Arya, you may not return. Her wolf surged inside her, pressing forward. If I do not go, more will die. Entire packs, children. You cannot hold unity if half the land rots beneath it. Silence fell. The moonlight carved Kael's face into sharp lines, his fury and fear both unmasked. Lucian said nothing, only watched with eyes that missed nothing. At last, Kael spoke, his voice low and dangerous. If you go north, you do not go alone. I will ride with you. And if Magnus dares twist this into trap, I will remind him why kings do not beg. Arya's heart pounded, fear and certainty colliding inside her. Eveline's words echoed again. If she stands, the balance will hold, but only if he trusts her more than himself. And for the first time, she wondered if Kael's vow to protect her would prove salvation, or the very weight that might break the bridge she was meant to be. The decision to ride north set the entire castle in motion. Before dawn, the courtyards filled with the clang of saddles being fastened, weapons checked, and provisions packed. Soldiers chosen for the journey moved with the grim focus of those who knew they might not return. The banners of House Draven hung heavy in the early morning mist, their black and crimson colors rippling faintly in the wind. Arya stood by the stables, fastening the strap of her satchel across her chest. Evelyn's journal rested inside, its weight heavier than steel. The pendant burned faintly at her throat, as if it too sensed the peril of what lay ahead. Her wolf was restless, but steady, pacing within her as though preparing to step into a battlefield it had already seen. Lucian approached first, his cloak draped elegantly over his shoulders, his movements composed despite the urgency of the hour. "Are you ready?" he asked quietly. Arya forced a nod. "As ready as I can be. You will need more than readiness." His gaze flicked to the pendant. Magnus is not wrong. The corruption spreads in his lands. But he is wrong in believing he can control what you are. Do not let him corner you. Not with questions, not with need. Before she could answer, Darius approached, his presence blunt and solid as a wall. He pressed a dagger into her hand, the hilt worn smooth by years. "Keep this. You may heal with your hands, but sometimes you must defend them." Arya's fingers closed around the weapon, the gesture grounding her. "Thank you," she said softly. Kael arrived last, mounted on a dark horse that stamped impatiently at the ground. His expression was grim, his posture unyielding. He did not ask if she was ready. He only held out a hand to pull her up behind him. For a heartbeat, she hesitated, then placed her hand in his, letting him lift her to the saddle. The warmth of his grip lingered even after he let go. The gates groaned open, and the procession rode into the misted dawn. The journey north was long, the terrain shifting from rolling hills to forests thick with shadow. At first, the air smelled only of pine and damp earth, but by the second night, the scent of corruption reached them faint at first, then stronger, sharp as rot. The land itself seemed sick. Trees bore blackened scars on their trunks. Streams ran sluggish with water that shimmered unnaturally in the moonlight. Birds did not sing here, the silence pressed against them like a weight. On the third day, they reached a village abandoned in haste. Doors hung open, food rotted in bowls, and claw marks scarred the walls. In the center of the square, a well bubbled with water so dark it seemed to absorb the light. Veins of black spread outward from its base like cracks through stone. Arya dismounted, her stomach twisting. The pendant pulsed violently at her throat, and her wolf pressed forward with urgency. She knelt beside the well, dipping her fingers into the water. It burned like acid, though her skin did not blister. She drew back sharply. "This is worse than what I felt before," she whispered. "The corruption is deeper. It's in the earth, not just the wolves." Kael's voice was low, edged with fury. "Someone wants the land itself to turn against us." Magnus and his retinue arrived at dusk, their banners snapping in the wind. He rode at their head, his broad frame imposing, his eyes like shards of ice. He dismounted with deliberate slowness, his gaze sweeping the ruined village before settling on Arya. "So," he said, his voice cutting through the cold air, "the Quiet Walker comes to prove herself." Kale stepped forward, his wolf just beneath the surface. "She comes to heal. Do not mistake that for your opportunity to break her." Magnus's lip curled. "Then let us see if she can heal what is already lost." He gestured toward the well. "This village is poisoned. Its people fled or died. If she cannot cleanse it, then what good is her gift?" All eyes turned to Arya. Soldiers, alphas, even Kale. Her heart pounded, her hands trembling. The well seethed before her, the stench of corruption rising like smoke. Evelyn's words returned, whispered in her mind. "Bend, and you will not shatter. Listen, and the earth will answer." Arya closed her eyes and placed both palms on the edge of the well. Her wolf surged, meeting the sickness head-on. The corruption hissed, clawing at her veins, but she bent where it pressed, yielded where it struck, never breaking. She whispered softly, not to command, but to remind. "This is not your nature. You are river, you are earth, you are life. Remember yourself." The pendant flared with blinding light. The well shuddered, the black water convulsing. For a terrible moment it resisted, then with a violent surge, the darkness burst upward in a wave of smoke and ash that dissipated into the air. The water below cleared, glimmering silver in the moonlight. Gasps erupted around her. Some wolves dropped to their knees, others drew back in awe or fear. Arya swayed, her strength nearly spent, but Kyle was there instantly, steadying her with his hands on her arms. His voice was low but fierce. "You did it." Magnus's eyes burned as he stared at the well, then at her. There was no gratitude in his gaze, only calculation. "Perhaps she is healer," he said slowly. "Or perhaps she is simply fire, burning bright before it consumes us all." He turned sharply to his alphas. "We ride at dawn." As his retinue disappeared into the darkness, Arya sagged against Kyle, her breath ragged. "They will never see me as anything but weapon." Kale's grip tightened. "Then let them, because a weapon can defend as well as destroy. And you, Arya, are mine." The words burned hotter than the pendant against her chest. She could not tell if it was vow, claim, or warning. But she knew this. The farther north they rode, the closer they came to the truth, and the truth would demand a price neither of them was ready to pay. The northern winds cut sharper as the company pressed farther into Magnus's lands. Pines rose tall and skeletal, their branches clawing at a sky the color of steel. The air carried no birdsong, no rustle of small life, only the creak of trees and the heavy silence of a land holding its breath. Even the horses grew restless, their ears flicking at shadows that moved too slowly to be mere wind. Arya rode near the center of the procession, Evelyn's journal pressed against her ribs in her satchel, the pendant steady at her throat. Since cleansing the well, her wolf had been unusually alert, its presence near constant, as though expecting another surge of corruption at any moment. She tried to calm it, but each breath she took carried the faint tang of rot, reminding her this sickness was everywhere. Kale rode at the front, dark against the mist, his posture unbending despite the bruises and cuts still healing beneath his shirt. Lucian was at his side, speaking in low tones, while Darius and Alexander rode behind, scanning the tree line for threats. Magnus trailed nearer to Arya, his alphas flanking him like sentinels of ice. She felt his gaze on her more than once, sharp and assessing, as though calculating whether her strength was tool or threat. By evening, they reached another village. What remained of it? Houses stood half-collapsed, doors swinging in the wind, the ground scarred by claw marks far too deep for wolves alone. The well in the square was shattered, its stones blackened as if by fire, though no ash lingered. The stench of corruption was overwhelming, a thick miasma that pressed against her lungs. Kyle dismounted, his wolf close beneath his skin. "No survivors?" Darius shook his head after a brief search. "None. The ground here is worse than the last village. Whatever touched this place wanted not only to poison it, but to erase it. Arya knelt near the ruined well, her hands hovering over the stones. The pendant pulsed faintly, but not in guidance, in warning. She touched the ground, and her breath caught. It burned colder than ice, seeping into her veins. She drew back sharply. "This is different," she whispered. "The other well wanted to be healed. This one has been sealed. Someone locked the corruption into the earth itself." Magnus's voice carried across the square. "Then free it." Kale turned, his eyes narrowing. "You demand much from one who nearly gave her life to cleanse your first village." Magnus's lip curled. "If she claims to be healer of our kind, then let her prove it, or admit she is nothing more than a trick dressed in robes." And so, the tension crackled like lightning. Kale's wolf surged in his voice when he answered, "You will not use her to measure your doubts." Arya rose, brushing dust from her hands, her voice quiet but steady. "If I do not try, the sickness will spread farther, and if I fail—" She met Kale's eyes, her heart pounding. "Then at least we will know what we face." For a long moment, Kale said nothing. Then, reluctantly, he inclined his head. "You do this, you do it with me. Inthing." The villagers' square emptied as soldiers formed a wide circle. Torches burned, their flames unsteady in the rising wind. Arya stepped into the center, Kael beside her. She placed both hands on the cold stones of the ruined well. At once the sickness struck. It poured into her like black smoke, filling her lungs, burning through her veins. Her knees buckled, but Kael's hand gripped her arm, steadying her. She gasped, the pendant blazing against her chest, her wolf howling inside her with defiance. Visions tore across her mind, wolves with eyes like coals, forests burning with veins of black, and at the center of it all, a figure cloaked in shadow, its hand outstretched, dripping corruption like ink into water. She could not see its face, but she felt its hunger. Not for land, not for death, for her. Her body convulsed. Kael held her upright, his voice distant but fierce. "Arya, listen to me. Do not yield to it. Bend, but do not break." The words struck through her haze. She remembered Evelyn's voice, soft but unyielding. "Bend, and you will not shatter. Listen, and the earth will answer." Arya drew a ragged breath. Instead of resisting, she let the corruption flow through her, past her, refusing to fight it as it demanded. She bent, yielding where it pressed, her wolf steadying her rhythm. Slowly, painfully, the tide receded. The blackness shuddered, hissed, and dissolved into mist that rose from the stones, dispersing into the night sky. The ground beneath her hands warmed. When she opened her eyes, the stones no longer glowed with rot, but with faint silver, as if moonlight itself had seeped into them. The square was silent. Soldiers stared in awe. Some dropped to their knees. Others backed away, their fear sharper now than before. Magnus stepped forward, his face unreadable. "You cleansed it." At that look, Arya rose shakily, Kale steadying her with his arm around her shoulders. "No," she whispered. "I only released what was bound. But someone put it here deliberately." Her words fell into the silence like a blade. The implication was clear. This was not nature. It was design. Kale's voice was iron. "Then we are not fighting sickness. We are fighting someone who wants to turn the land itself against us." Magnus's gaze narrowed, his eyes burning as they flicked from Kale to Arya. "And perhaps Alpha King, your healer, was always meant to lead us to them, or to them to us." The circle stirred uneasily, suspicion thick as smoke. Arya pressed her hand to the pendant, its warmth pulsing with her heartbeat. Evelyn's words returned once more. "Even those you trust most." For the first time, Arya wondered if the corruption spreading through the north was not only a war of bloodlines and power, but a war for her. The night after the cleansing of the second village was heavy with silence. Soldiers posted double watches, yet no one truly rested. The air itself felt brittle, sharp with the stench of the corruption that had been burned away but not forgotten. Arya sat apart from the others near the remnants of the well, her satchel across her lap, Evelyn's journal open to a page she had never lingered on before. The ink there was darker, hurried, as though written under duress. When the land bleeds, it is no longer the pack that is sick. It is the bond itself, and if the bond breaks, even kings fall. Her fingers trembled on the words. She wanted to believe her grandmother had left guidance, not prophecy, but each page she read seemed less like memory and more like a warning meant for this exact hour. Kale approached quietly, though his presence filled the space before he spoke. He lowered himself onto the stone beside her, his arm brushing hers. He did not look at the journal. He looked at her. "You are shaking," he said. "I am still here," she answered, her voice raw. "But every time I touch the sickness, it grows stronger. This is not just corruption. It is will. Someone is shaping it." Kael's jaw tightened. "Then we find them." She turned to him, frustration and fear colliding. "You speak as if it is simple. But what if I am part of their plan? What if this power is not only gift but lure? What if I am exactly where they want me to be?" Kael's gaze burned into hers, steady, unyielding. "Then we break their plan. Together. You are not their weapon, Arya. You are mine." The words sent heat through her, fierce and frightening. She looked away quickly, but the pounding of her heart betrayed her. Evelyn's warning echoed again in her ears. "Even those you trust most." Before she could speak, Lucian appeared from the shadows, his face grave. Scouts returned. The corruption spreads faster still. 3 more villages north of here abandoned, the soil blackened. If we do not move soon, the entire region will rot. Kel rose, his hand brushing briefly against Arya's shoulder, steadying her before he stepped away. "We march at dawn. Magnus will not stall us further." At dawn, the company set out once more. The further they rode, the worse the land became. Trees stood like blackened skeletons, rivers ran sluggish and foul, and the very air grew heavy with sickness. Wolves padded ahead in silence, their ears flat, their hackles raised. By the 4th day, they reached a stronghold at the edge of Magnus's territory. It should have been bustling with guards and families. Instead, it stood empty, its walls cracked, banners torn. The gates creaked open on their own, as though welcoming them into ruin. Inside, the corruption had taken full hold. Stones wept black liquid. The ground trembled faintly beneath their boots. At the center of the courtyard stood a massive fissure, as if the earth itself had split open. From its depths rose a low hum, a vibration that thrummed in Arya's bones. She staggered, clutching her pendant. It burned hotter than it ever had before, searing against her skin. Her wolf surged violently, pressing so hard she nearly fell to her knees. Kael caught her, his hand firm on her arm. "What is it?" he demanded. Arya's breath came ragged. "It's calling." Lucian frowned. "The stone?" "No," Arya whispered, her voice trembling. "Something deeper, older. This fissure, it isn't wound. Its door." Magnus strode forward, his eyes glittering. "Then open it, healer. Show us what your power is truly for." Kael snarled, stepping between them. "You would sacrifice her to satisfy your suspicion?" Magnus's lips curled. "Or perhaps to prove it justified." The soldiers shifted uneasily, the tension sharp enough to cut. Some looked at Kael, others at Magnus, but more than a few stared at Arya, fear written plainly across their faces. Arya pressed her palm against the fissure's edge. The hum surged up her arm, through her chest, into her skull until she thought she would shatter. Images flared behind her eyes, forests burning black, rivers running with blood, and always that same cloaked figure, faceless, reaching, only this time it spoke. "Come to me, Quiet Walker. You are mine." She tore her hand back with a cry, stumbling into Kael's arms. The fissure's hum deepened, cracks spreading outward through the courtyard stone. Soldiers cried out, some drawing weapons, others retreating. Kael's voice was low and furious in her ear. "Arya, what did it say?" Her lips trembled as she whispered, "That I belong to it." Silence fell. Even Magnus did not speak. The fissure shuddered again. black smoke curling from its depths. And Arya knew with bone-deep certainty that whatever waited below was not finished. It was only beginning.